Hello, 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 everyone. We're back. I uh, I actually have a visitor today. Nice to have a guest on the stream. It's my sister's dog. His name is Scrunchy. He's very cute. He's very old though now. He's quite old. He's an old boy. He's what? You're 16 and a half now? Well, thanks for joining. He's so cute. Look at him. Look at him. He's just the cutest. He's not doing it now, but usually his tongue doesn't fit in his mouth, and it's very adorable. He's here. Actually, I should pick him back up. He's here because he likes it when I put him on my bed so he can relax in the comfy. Yep, there he is. He's enjoying that. Digression aside, and guests aside, we're back. Have some more of that iced tea I was having yesterday. Just wanted to finish it off. And today, I know there were some interviews that Trump had, and they were kind of interesting. I want to go over them. I think I'll do that tomorrow. I don't want to make every stream about the Trump trial. So today, instead, what we'll be doing is we'll be looking over a debate one of my viewers suggested and asked that I go over between Neil deGrasse Tyson and Del Bigtree. I don't know who this Bigtree person is. Uh, I should have looked this up before, but I didn't. Uh, so I'll be typing as we go. Yeah. So this debate is about vaccines. Now I'm not sure if this is about vaccines in general or in particular COVID vaccines. It's one of those distinctions you think shouldn't matter, but it kind of does. Some number of people who are. Oh, sorry, I do have to take this. One moment, please. I hate when I get spam, in particular from numbers where I'm like, ooh, this might be something important. I should answer it. Well, in any case, it feels like the distinction between COVID vaccines and vaccines writ large shouldn't be a distinction at all. But I do know that the hysteria around vaccines got ramped up with COVID, and a lot of people who are not opposed to vaccines generally are opposed to the COVID vaccine, and some people got led into broad vaccine conspiracy from being opposed to the COVID vaccine. So we'll see what that is involved with. There are a couple of things off the bat that I already know are going to be relevant in discussing the debate between these two. First is, as Galit's pointing out in my chat, a distinction of locale. Del Bigtree apparently has a show called High Wire. I'm not really familiar with this show, but that does mean that, and Neil deGrasse Tyson in this case is a guest. So what we need to understand there is that there is a power imbalance in the favor of Del Bigtree, who I'm guessing, because he's a show host, is not an expert on this subject. But he has an enormous power differential in his favor. Just from the nature of it being his show, he can turn off the mics if he want. I don't know if this is something he would ever do, but he can cut the interview at any time if he's like, oh, I don't think this is, if he can. There's a lot of stuff, and not to mention the audience there is his audience. The people surrounding are his crew. He's studied the subject for a long time. We'll see. I'm just saying, like, this is something to keep in mind, and I'm mostly going on about this because I noticed even before I started, when I looked up this video in the first place, that it's called Neil deGrasse Tyson gets slaughtered on the high wire. This brings a lot. This already paints kind of a picture. This is this is a kind of homage to the Ben Shapiro destroys woke college teen or whatever uh type type titles, implying to me that he's looking for a similar type of audience, and this is how he looks at these things. This isn't a debate to him after the fact. it's him slaughtering Neil deGrasse Tyson, who, now that I'm getting to, and now that I can get to that part of my initial outlook, is an expert on a lot of things and is very familiar with science generally, but is a physicist, as I understand. Vaccines might not be his area of expertise, and while he might have brushed up on this, he might not have, and he might have brushed up on in a way that isn't necessarily going to comport to what he's going to get pushback on here. Uh, we'll see. The other thing that I couldn't help but notice when I looked at this is that the literal next hit on YouTube is someone talking about what Neil deGrasse Tyson should have said to Del Bigtree. So I am expecting to see. I'm expecting to see that Tyson might not necessarily respond in the way that is most appropriate, based on the environment he's in or the subjects being discussed. We'll see. And that's also why I'm hedging a little bit of like, he's an expert on some things, but just because someone's a scientist doesn't mean he knows everything about vaccines, let alone the specific vaccines they'll be talking about, if for whatever else. As a note to everybody, in case, because I don't know again which vaccines they're going to be talking about, general vaccine hysteria has had its resurgence based on completely fabricated evidence from. There's a really great video that a channel called H Bomber Guy, who's much bigger than me, so you probably are familiar with, um, did on the subject that I highly, highly, highly recommend, called Vaccines. Okay, that didn't need to happen to me. Vaccines and Autism: A Measured Response. It's a very good video, and he goes over the origins of vaccine hysteria. Obviously, there was like original vaccine hysteria, but that is disconnected from the modern movement, where it's based entirely on a fraudulent paper written intentionally to fabricate a connection for the purposes of making a law or a legal case look good, so on and so forth. This is where a lot of modern vaccine hysteria comes from, and in a similar way, I've got to turn on the fan. In a similar way, we see that that it the same kinds of thought processes lead into more of hysteria. Now that said, my own personal understanding of stuff is, a lot of what I've seen people who have studied these things more have come up with. People like H. Bomber Guy have clearly done a lot of research, and so yes, I trusted what he said about this. If someone wants to disprove it, you're welcome to make an effort. That said, I'm not an expert. Is my understanding that vaccines generally, given the going through appropriate processes for determining their legitimate and safe use, tend to be pretty good. Most of the evidence I've heard for or against vaccines has been pretty, well, let's just say unconvincing. So trying to be honest, again, we're honest about our positions here, and so that's how I'm going into this, with generally being in favor of vaccines, and well, being really skeptical about the quality of argumentation I'm expecting from here. So let's see what we get.
All right, it is my absolute honor and pleasure to be joined right now.
Oh, I guess I can look up Del Bigtree a little bit. I'm a. It's one of those I am a little. I'll be honest. This title is throwing up a lot of red flags, and so that's why I want to look into this. Okay, so he's like big anti-vax dude. Now let's see. I want to. Okay, well, hold on. Informed Consent Action Network so formation in 2016. So before the COVID vaccine, this guy is against vaccines generally speaking. If this is the organization he's part of, presumes some faxed cover up to catastrophe in 2016. So he's just like an anti-vaxxer generally. Okay, I'm glad, because I don't want to deal with the COVID stuff specifically. I'd rather talk about vaccines in general. Based on the discredited opinion of Andrew, and he's a follower of Andrew Wakefield. Really, watch this video. It's becoming so relevant that I'm going to link it in my. I'm going to link the video in my video description. In fact, I'm going to do that before I get to anything else. And I think it's important when you have even if you have when you have a bias about about the subject, it's okay. Like it's important to recognize that. And yeah, I'm going in pretty biased, but I believe that bias is justified. So I'm gonna put the link to that video in my description. I expect that that's gonna do a better job arguing against the positions we're about to hear than neither Neil deGrasse Tyson or I will be able to do, because it's extremely well researched. I mean, you can see it's almost 2 hours. Okay, this gave me enough information to have a reasonable expectation of what I'll see here. All right, let's get into it.
deGrasse Tyson.
Hey, sir. Hey.
It's really great to have you here.
That's quite a compilation there. You got
It's
everything?
all done. All I need to do is shake your hand and we're good to go.
Let's go out for a beer. I'm ready
Okay.
for
Inspiration in this world, and for me growing up, watching.
There's
your
going to be a lot of
approach to
fluff
science,
here.
I think you gave so many.
I was going to
ideas,
skip,
a
as you saw, I
passion
skipped a
for
little bit, but
science,
I'm not
and,
exactly sure where I'll need to pick
your
up. So
gift to this world
there's going to be some
really,
fluff,
in
and I'll
many
probably
ways, is
talk over it.
unmeasurable.
It doesn't really matter.
It's
if you
really
miss.
been spectacular to watch you throughout our life.
Thank you.
I want to sort of start out by playing a video that sort of is what brought us together. Very simply, you were on this podcast with Patrick Bet-David, and you had this beer comment.
I wonder
to make.
what
So
in
let's take it
2016
really quick.
Sure.
All right.
was like an impetus for all
Are
this,
you
or I wonder
for
if that's just when they
scientific
got to it.
debate? So, in a scientific debate, here's how that unfolds. I'm in conversation with you. Let's call it a debate. We know, you and I know, walking into that room, either I'm right and you're wrong,
Okay.
you're right and I'm wrong, or we're both wrong. We know that in advance. So we start having the conversation. Well, what about these data? Well, what about these data? I think those data are flawed, and here's why. Well, how about this? Yes, that's a debate. But you know how that debate ends? It ends where, we need this new data set to resolve this difference.
I think that's really insightful. It's a really relevant change of view to how to look at debates. Scientific debates are very different in this way, and I'm willing to trust his description of how these things go. One thing that seems to be built in that he hasn't recognized, but is an additional point in favor of scientific debates, is that scientists will in general have a shared view of reality. Even if they have issues with one another's data sets, they are in agreement of the fundamental nature of how facts are obtained, how science works, and what flaws are legitimate or not that could exist in their data. But generally speaking, have a shared view of like the processes of how to find out true things about the world. This is not the case in general with debates, and more as I see them, I find that is a huge problem, is people unable to determine what is or have very different ideas on how to determine what is true and what is not. So that's another critical distinction for a scientific debate. That, like, he hinted at it, but he didn't say outright.
Now let's go have a beer. I have never seen that happen in a political debate.
So I reached out based on that, just put out a tweet, and you sort of responded to that. Some people shared that with you.
Yeah, and the acknowledgement, I guess I shouldn't move past it. I do find it very important that there is an acknowledgement that at least one of us is wrong, and there's a pretty good chance that I'm that person. Not just that you're like, and not necessarily that you're right, but that I could be wrong even if you're wrong. That understanding, that position, that built-in questioning, that built-in so I don't even want to call it doubt, but that built-in uncertainty that you're willing to acknowledge is it's a form of honesty I value a lot out of scientists and anyone who builds it into their thing. You should, I think it's good form, go into an argument or a debate with the understanding that it is possible that you are wrong, even if your interlocutor could not possibly be right. And you should evaluate things in the accuracy that it could have on your position. That's how you grow and improve on your stances. Now, that doesn't mean that when you're in an argument with an anti-vaxxer that you're just going to be like, oh, well, he said that it causes autism, so I must question my views. You can push back on stuff, but if there's some piece of information you hadn't heard before, you do have to reckon with that, even if it's not in the debate, maybe after the fact.
Here we are, And I
Ready
think
for you.
that's already a testament to I think your integrity, that you don't just say things. And I really love that we're here. Now, when we discussed this conversation, what you said you really want to focus on is the scientific method, which I think is
just how science works.
Okay.
And why it works.
Yeah.
That's
at
a
all.
Yeah.
Right.
good stance for this
let
kind
me
of debate.
put it
Yeah.
to you then. You know, scientific method, science for my audience out there. What do you want them to know about how science works?
I'd like to start with an earlier element of this, which is the embarrassing inability for the human mind to embrace probability and statistics.
Oh yeah.
And when I say
Yeah.
embarrassing, it's on a level where, let me back up further.
Something to note also is that science, as I understand it, is designed and continuously updated to, as best as possible, work contrary to how the human mind works, to avoid the common pitfalls that humans have. Things like even the nature of disproving the null hypothesis is built to minimize the impact of the human proclivity towards false positives, you know? And there's a lot of that stuff in the scientific method of trying as much as possible to not let human biases get in the way of finding out what's true or not.
Do you know major branches of mathematics? We start with like arithmetic, and then algebra, then trigonometry, and then throw in some more, even calculus.
Right.
Do you realize that our full understanding of probability and statistics did not occur until after, as a branch of math, did not occur until after those other branches of math were developed? And you might say, why? What's a simple statistics you can take? You can just take an average of numbers. Do you realize the first time someone took an average of numbers and said this could be helpful was after all of those entire branches of math were established?
Oh, that's really interesting.
So what that tells me is that it is not a native way for the human mind to observe and think about the world.
I'm just not going to have much to comment on until they get into the actual debate, and I feel a little bad. But we can just watch for a few minutes. That's fine.
Your intuition, you want to rely on rather than a pure statistic. And that gets us into trouble.
Right.
Because our feelings matter so much to us.
Right.
Actually, now that I think about it, this isn't just like, okay, it's interesting because we're learning about a little bit about how science tries to build in solutions to these problems. I'm realizing why it's relevant that he's mentioning that here, because I don't know that he'll necessarily refer to the statistical issue when talking about the scientific method generally, but he knows he's in conversation with an anti-vaxxer. So to say like, hey, your brain by itself is not good at doing statistics. So when you see that one person that had a problem because after they had a vaccine, doesn't mean that vaccines caused that thing to happen. And the fact that you found 10 people, 20 people, the fact that you're looking for them, or the fact that you're finding the only people isn't going to factor in. So I like that he's like seeding that a little bit. We'll see how much he builds that into his arguments later of just like, hey, remember when I was talking about how your brain is bad at statistics? You're doing that again.
In the face of raw statistical data, it's so easy to say, I'm going with my feelings.
Right.
Because I trust my feelings on this. And it's very hard to trust dispassionate data when that happens. So it's why TV commercials, if I happen to have a good product, and I have good evidence that it's a good product, I can just show you a bar chart or something and say, here, we are on the top end of this. Go buy. But no.
That won't work.
That doesn't work.
Right, a bunch of bars.
No, yeah, that doesn't work.
I want to know how big the cup holder is.
So they bring people on who have experienced the
pretty
product.
important.
This is the
given
best
the
thing I've ever had. And you're listening to another human being, another member of your own species, communicate to you the value of that product to them. And we respond so much more to that than to pure statistics that it leaves us vulnerable in a way. Okay, I don't mind putting a person forward if they're communicating accurate statistics, but it leaves the door open for abuse of this.
Yeah, this is something that people get confused about when it comes to discussions of appeals to authority, because oftentimes they'll refer to, for example, Dr. Tyson, I think he's a doctor, right? And say like, well, he said this, that, and the other. And it sounds the same as when you say, you know, my pastor said this, that, and the other. But you have to remember is that scientists, it's not the fact that the scientists said it, is that they are probably reporting to you the findings of a great amount of scientific endeavor and study, and are reasonably certain that this is true to scientific accuracy, as opposed to they just think this thing. So it is relevantly different when you talk about an expert in a field as opposed to just a random person. But like obviously they have to be referring to the actual evidence that they have access to, as the distinction between what is and is not an appeal to authority.
Sure. I think we would all agree the best products aren't usually what we're all using. It's the best advertising.
It's the best advertising, and advertising works because we're not. Our brain wiring does not lend itself to embrace or absorb statistics. My professional community of physicists,
and this happens all the time. All the time with people who push reactionary views. They'll be like, they'll say, look, I've talked to so many detransitioners. It's like, yeah, because you're seeking them out, and you don't know what the proportion of those people are to the people who aren't detransitioners. Just as an example, all the time this happens, where people just, like, they're not paying attention to their own biases or the proportion of what they've spoken to. But, you have 30 deep conversations with someone experiencing a thing. It feels way more impactful than seeing a number once that says that person represents 0.001% of the population, for example. I'm just making up a number, but you get the point.
Brief example. Hold annual meetings, and one of them was to be held in San Francisco. This is 20-some years ago, maybe 30 years ago. Sorry, it was going to be held in San Diego, and there was a hotel snafu. And so they had to, like, reschedule. And what are you going to do with 2,000 physicists?
Right.
And so the MGM Marina, now the MGM Grand in Vegas, said, we'll take you. Okay? So everybody shifted there. Thousands of physicists descended on Vegas in this hotel. A week later, the headline was, physicists in town, lowest casino take ever. Okay? And well, did we just know the odds better? No one bet.
Yeah, I assumed that they just weren't gambling.
Okay, because there is an entire industry within us, in society, that has arisen to exploit your inability to think statistically, and it's called casinos.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You have people rolling
if you
dice,
know any of the probabilities, you know that, like,
to try to get a bigger number.
You are statistically going to lose any casino game.
Blow on it, people kiss
they blow on, kiss on it, yeah.
You got it.
People might say, like, oh, blackjack's a little bit different. Like, yeah, if you know how to card count or whatever, but then when you do that, they kick you out. It's not illegal or anything, but, like, they're just like, well, we don't have to let you play this game, and we're just not going to. Go play some of the games where we're going to win.
Too close.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's like, or they're in the roulette table, and why are you betting on 7 continually? Well, it's due. So how do you know it's due?
Right.
And the roulette table shows you the previous.
They build in the gambler's
and
fallacy.
It's not there. And I say, no, it's not due. It's the same likelihood.
Right.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So the fact that we even exploit ourselves at a level that takes our own money from a casino is run by human beings, and they know this. So that's foundational.
Yeah.
To so much of the intersection of science with the public.
Right.
Because if all I do is say I found a new black hole, it's a headline, you read it, it's fun.
Right.
But if there's some analysis that requires statistical understanding of a result, that's where the problems arise.
But that's where you've been so brilliant, really, throughout your career, is what you've done is you take this.
This is also why, and I'm guessing this is about what Del Bigtree is literally about to say, is the value of science popularizers, because it is, to some extent, inaccessible without the expertise. So a person who is good at condensing the information and the new discoveries and whatnot into digestible forms, to ways that we can understand it as lay people, is very, very useful, just because, like, it is kind of difficult. Like, I mean, the things that physicists actually find out about the world, the universe, get expressed in equations that would take me literally years to understand. But, if Neil deGrasse Tyson comes out here and says, like he said, oh, we found a new black hole. Okay, I can get that. That part, like, I can wrap my head around that. This is why popularizers are so important.
data, you take these statistics, you take the analysis.
I try.
And you've managed to sort of infuse it with some emotion to actually make us care.
You see that? Okay.
To actually make us care about the data,
Yeah,
right?
it's more or
and
less
that's been, I would say, your greatest talent for so many people, which is you're allowed to be passionate and care about things that you used to think were dry and unimportant or weren't affecting your daily life. You've shown us how the cosmos affects our daily life if we actually, and you're passionate about it is what has made you stand out. Most scientists, and I've met a lot of them, that wouldn't be their wheelhouse.
Well, so thank you for noticing that, but what I find is when I invest that sort of, I don't want to call it so much emotion, but passion.
Okay,
Passion is, I think, like in the rounds of pundits who are out there, typically when there's passion or emotion invoked, they're trying to impart an opinion on you, or hand you their opinion. And so when I bring passion to something that is objectively true, there's a first urge for someone to think, oh, that's just their opinion, because they see the emotion. Because we all have, our emotions are driving our opinions.
That's the other part of it.
With intensity often. So I come at it with intensity, but no, it's just how I feel.
I was challenged.
As an educator.
I was on a panel last night actually at a thing, and I spoke about like truth, and this, it was a panel on media and new media, and I was like, you have to just focus on the truth.
Oh my God, they get into so many things.
But there is no
bias,
truth. That's your truth. There are, and so let me put that to you.
The vaccine is only like an hour in.
Really
all right, I'm skipping to the actual contentious part. That's what we're here to discuss. The rest of this seems like an interview.
I can say honestly, I was never given some sit down and were prepped on what was going to take place there. And so in some ways, I don't think that we, I can say honestly.
If anyone has seen this before and knows that there's something I should go over prior to this point, like you can let me know. But I just want to get to the debate part.
Right. And vax, and I will say this, people say vax proves that the MMR vaccine causes autism. That's what puts me in this space. I have never made that statement. What I have said is that vax proves that we have a whistleblower inside the CDC that is giving us 10,000 documents he said he was asked to destroy, and that we know that the study plan changed after there was already the protocol was set, which in some cases should be considered scientific fraud. If you change mid-study and start kicking half
this starts even before this. Oh, God damn it. All right, sorry, we got to go back.
To get a different result, and you have
we do have to go watch the other stuff because it builds off of what they're talking about before. Damn it. All right.
My urge was to say there's only one truth and everything else is opinion, but that's too messy because there are too many communities out there that want to use the word truth in the way they are comfortable. Especially, for example, the religious community. If you look up the word truth, half the references land in a religious site somewhere, typically Christian site.
Right.
If you want a breakdown, by the way, of this specific word's complexities, even in philosophy, they talk about multiple kinds of truth. There's like big T truth and little t truth, where big T truth is like grand truth about the universe, but like small t truth would be something like a statement that is made, a correct statement that is made. So a distinction might be like, I might say, this pen writes in red ink. That is truth in a philosophical sense, but they wouldn't call it like a grand truth of the universe, that as opposed to something like I think therefore I am was attempting to be as a statement. And then of course there's the distinction of like, well, is it truth if I say that and believe it, but also the pen happens to write in blue, I was just mistaken? Is that truth? It's a really complicated thing on top of all the people who claim truth that aren't. I mean, the truther movement is full of people who talk about anything but what is actually true. It's a very complicated term. It's verging on nonsense, except we understand what we want to mean by it. The problem is it almost never is that. And to talk about something as truth is almost irrelevant unless you are professing to not be lying and saying and do so by saying I'm telling the truth.
And you see some they try to present or declare that biblical
like truth
statements
lies by
true.
Omission, all sorts of other kinds of
in the Bible.
non-truths.
Okay. I didn't want to take that away from anyone who's using it in a religious context. So I set up 3 categories of truth.
Okay.
Categories.
Yeah, it seems like a minimum
one of them,
number you'd need.
Let's call it a personal truth. This is something you hold dear in your in your
It's
heart.
another relevant category.
In a free country, no one can take it from you. That's where you find religious truth. Is Jesus your savior?
Yep.
That's your truth. No one's going to tell you that's not true in a free country. That's not going to happen. Okay? Is Muhammad your last prophet on earth? That's your truth. To convince someone else of that truth, because it's your personal truth, requires an act of persuasion, which the history of civilization has demonstrated can, in its limits, become all-out warfare. Okay? The Crusades was a difference of who thought what was true and what wasn't. Okay? In the limits.
Among other things. But yeah,
Otherwise,
sure.
in a free country, you can have a synagogue, a mosque, a Baptist church, a Catholic church, all on the same street. And they all go to work the next day together. Okay? In a pluralistic free country as we believe we have in the United States.
In a secular country with a godless constitution,
Thank
one
you for
might
that
say.
word. As we aspire to have. All right.
For people who remember the Hitchens.
Another truth.
The
I'll
Hitchens
call it
debate.
a political truth. A political truth is something that resembles greatly and may be identical to basically propaganda. It's, let me repeat this so often that at the end of the day, you will think it's true. And that's hijacking something evolutionarily within us. Within us, if we see something
I don't fully
repeat,
agree with the political truth distinction there. Obviously, he's making his own category, so it's not that like he's wrong to categorize it in that way. I would just say that a lot of times political truths are shorthands, or at the very least, extrapolations from presumed values, and so the because of that, they are sometimes are not literally true to some people, or maybe the assumptions don't necessarily flow in that way, but when they're done correctly, they do work, and it's not precluded from truthfulness in the way that he probably unintentionally implied.
enough times, your brain says it must be true. I'm going to accept it as true and then move on. It helps my survival. If I know to run away from a lion rather than towards it, and the repeated exercise shows that other people get eaten and I see this, I'm going to absorb that truth. Okay. That gets hijacked, and someone says...
A good example of what I mean by that, by the way, would be something like, I think it's politically true that ranked choice voting is a better version of voting than first past the post like we have now. And that is politically true in the sense that, like, if you hold the values I do of wanting the most people to have the greatest ability to express their political will through voting, then this increases that and therefore is true. But if you don't hold these values, then you're not going to agree that that's true. Or if you hold them in a slightly different way, then you might extrapolate a different solution to the one I suggest. But it's still a political truth, and I think I'm doing it in an authentic way, wherein it is still truthful if you hold those values. Hopefully that made sense. I know this is all a digression. We're just waiting for the vax stuff, but I don't want to like skip over something because it already seemed like they were referring back to other stuff they had talked about. I mean, even the previous section to the vaccine section was shot in the arm, and then ethical questions, scientific consensus, like all of this is building up. So we're just gonna have to comment on what's there to comment on.
Aryan race is the greatest ever, and you repeat that.
And media is masterful at that,
Oh,
right?
my God.
And then the example he used is
Yes.
exactly what he's talking about, right? The using a political truth in a way that is completely disconnected from reality, which I understand why like that's more of an issue, but I think there are political truths that are not disconnected from reality.
Really achieve anything.
And of course, with the internet, it's magnified that much more.
Agreed.
The internet is not a unique introduction of this power. I mean, it basically started with the printing press. Now I can duplicate.
It's just an incredibly talented tool, right?
Efficient, I would say.
Efficient.
Yeah, efficient tool.
Yeah.
So, a third truth, which is what I'll call an objective truth. This is a truth that exists outside of your opinions. It exists outside of what you want to be true, what you feel like should be true, and it is established by the methods and tools of science. And the methods and tools of science are never, the truth is never what some one research project shows. It's
By the way, so I do actually take issue with this idea of objective truth, but in kind of a weird way. I think I would draw a line between two kinds of objective truth. Those that are physical truths and maybe social and emotional truths would be a different category, for lack of for not thinking of a better term. So what he's talking about, I would call like physical truths, things that are accessible by scientific discovery and so on and so forth. But there are truths that are exactly as objective, exactly as factual and true, uncontestable, in a way. I guess he's saying irrespective of like person's feelings or whatever. But like some of these we'll get to my examples and you'll see. But those some of these truths are not accessible to. Oh, I guess he would call that a personal truth. No, I guess with his breakdown, because I was going to say something like, if I tell you I feel upset, that is as true as something like the force of gravity. It is exactly as um uncontestable if I am being honest about my feelings in that way. But I guess he would call that the personal truth. The thing is, personal truths, I think, don't. Some of them, it's like the convincing. Yeah, I don't know. It feels to me like some of the like there's this little blend of like some of these truths are concrete and still true, even if they're personal. Like I said, something like how a person feels is a truth, and sometimes can be relevant, irrespective if you disagree that about whether they should feel that way.
Never
I don't know. I'm
about
just
that.
getting into the weeds
The
here.
press
I just think the
somehow
breakdown is
doesn't
interesting,
get
so I
it,
wanted to
though.
discuss it.
They'll find some one result from some lone researcher, and they'll have a headline on it and say this undoes everything that's happened in previous decades. It's one result.
Right.
All right. What we know is that because scientists are human, and there's an inherent bias in us all about what we want to be true versus what is true, and we have tactics to ferret out our bias.
This is why like
Even
replication
if
of
you don't know
experiments
you
is
have bias,
important.
that's why there's peer review.
And as I understand, there's actually kind of a problem in scientific communities right now of repeating a test, not getting the funding needed because it's not as exciting to just repeat it and confirm, but it's so integral to knowing whether a particular experiment or study was merely an outlier or it is actually repeatable and testable and predictive.
Right.
So I'm going to review, because I might have bias, but chances are it's a different bias from you. So I can find your bias, but if I have a bias, maybe we need a third person.
Right.
Maybe we need someone from another country who uses a different wall current.
And it's
for
likely
their
impossible
experiment.
for any
Does it behave
combination of
differently
people to fully discern any individual's bias. And this is why the processes of science are built to try to eliminate as many possible biases as possible.
120 volts, there's a
Or
240.
potential biases as possible.
So the emergent scientific truth, the objective truth, is what has been established after repeated measurements and observations arriving at approximately the same result. There'll always be statistical variation, another statistics issue here.
Yeah.
Statistical variation. And so if it's leaning this way instead of that way, go that way, because that's the direction the new emergent truth is coming from.
How do you define, because I'm just a little confused, and you said, you know, media will celebrate that one new thing,
Yeah,
that
and you get it.
emergent thing, and you kind of just said, but follow that new emergent. So where do I delineate between this is a one-off and it's going to be disproved to the emergent thought that you're describing, which is, I just want to make sure I'm hearing this right.
If you get a result that seems in contradiction with the majority of data on the subject, you do it again. And if it keeps happening, and it seems to, and if it's sound methods that seem to be in contradiction to the current models, then maybe you're onto something. Maybe maybe the models need an update, but it needs to be repeated so we know it's not just the one-off.
There's the consensus of what existed, and then there's Pluto isn't actually a planet.
But that's not.
At what point does that become an emergent?
Well, Pluto not being a planet is a categorization
so
change,
there's a deeper
not
element that you just raised.
Okay.
That
not a
so
like testability.
What you mentioned about Pluto, don't get me started.
I don't want to get, but just
meet me outside.
Right.
No. Let me hold Pluto aside for a moment, or that story for a second, because it's a very important. It highlights something very important.
Okay.
So, I don't know what else the media would do other than make a headline on the one result. You can't tell the media, wait till it's verified three or four times. They want to be the first out of the box.
Correct.
So I think that's a lost cause
Right.
from what I'm trying to argue here. So, but they could be more honest in their first paragraph and say, this is one result yet to be verified. If it's true, it's interesting.
Also, they could couch their language instead of saying like, oh, I guess they do this a little bit, but like instead of like having their section about how like whatever food will reduce your chances of cancer according to scientists, you can say this food, you know, well, they do this a lot. They'll say they may be linked, but then they run the article about it. It's so stupid. I guess, yeah.
Right.
It's really hard
But
to solve this problem.
the statistics of these weird single results are that it's probably not true. Just deal with it.
We should hold out some skepticism since it's standing on its own on an island at the moment.
On an island.
It is against the whole body of science that sits against at the moment.
Correct.
Okay.
So they need to be a little more candid about that in the opening sentence.
Yeah.
After you've clickbaited in, they got the click.
Right.
So now you can be honest, perhaps.
That he keeps
about
doing this
the
makes me
likelihood of
concerned that
persisting as
the way he uses a mouse is, oh shoot. No.
It's standing on its
Is
own
that he
on an
uses a
island at the
mouse by
moment.
pressing it with his thumb, and I'm very worried about this.
Science that sits
Correct.
against at the moment.
Correct.
Okay.
So
I was going to
they
show
need
my
be a little
mouse,
more
but
candid
got
about
caught
that
on the
in the
cord.
opening sentence.
Yeah.
After you've clickbaited in, they got the click.
Right.
So now you can be
I'm
honest,
really
perhaps,
worried that this is
about
how he clicks
the
them.
likelihood of that persisting as
Completely agree with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So now the Pluto case. Very.
I'm not saying it's wrong to
interesting.
click a mouse like this.
The way objective truths work,
But I am
is
thinking
if it's
it.
scientifically established by the methods and tools that I'm describing, then it's not later shown to be false.
Okay.
What happens is, often, this objective truth is only a part of a larger truth, but it doesn't end up getting overturned if it had been established experimentally and observationally in the ways that I had described.
Yeah.
So, what's an example? We found Pluto in the discoverer, Clyde Tombaugh, in 1930. We suspected there was a planet out there because the movement of Neptune was not following Newton's laws. Neptune was the then farthest planet.
It's so cool to me that that a discovery like that was so recent. I know it's 100 years ago almost, but you know that's still fairly recent when you think about that's when we found the last planet, or I guess planetoid in our solar system was kind of that recently. It puts into perspective that science isn't a collection of facts that have been determined previously and we're done now. It's a thing that is ongoing, and these discoveries could, the next big discovery could happen tomorrow, could be happening now. It could have happened yesterday, and we'll only find out about it going forward. Science is a process, it's still happening. Yeah, like you're saying, 100 years is nothing in space science. And a lot of sciences, 100 years is trivial. One thing I love that Lawrence Krauss would say was he would talk about, that particle physics has one number they don't understand, but theoretical physics is way ahead of them because they have a lot more numbers that they haven't understood for longer. And I like that idea of a lot of the not knowing stuff is not knowing things is the stuff of science, right? That's what the whole thing is about, is trying to find out the things we don't know.
But maybe there's something tugging on it. Neptune was discovered that way. There is Uranus. Herschel discovered a new planet. It was great. Oh, by the way, an aside, he named it after the king initially. King George, the King George of the American Revolution, right? And just because, why not? I mean,
there's a lot of reasons why not, but all right.
You want to stroke the king,
yeah,
right? Okay.
Right. Good idea.
The king's dead.
By the way, probably gets more funding.
That's what I'm saying.
Right?
Exactly.
Oh, I guess if he's British,
Just
then,
something I want to get to.
Yes. So I have textbooks from about a 30-year period that enumerate the planets, and it's Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and George. So clearer heads would ultimately prevail. Oh, the Roman gods. Let's do this right. Point is, We already knew what effect an unseen planet's gravity can have, so let's look. We looked in places it should have been, nobody found it. And so we just conducted a systematic survey of the entire sky, and Clyde Tombaugh discovers Pluto. Not where we thought it should have been to affect Neptune, but it was headline news.
Yeah.
All right. As time went on, we found it's not as big as it should be to do what we think it needs to do. And it's really kind of puny. And as the
Whoa.
decades proceeded, it was fading
Don't
from
talk
the
shit about
headline
my boy
of
Pluto.
what it was discovered to be.
Right.
When we finally settled on what the size was, because every next measurement was an improvement on the previous one, it turned out like our moon is 5 times the mass of Pluto. Oh my gosh.
Right.
What,
It's
you
so-
know,
it's so little.
the mistake was the enthusiasm that we discovered the planet that was affecting Neptune. We learned that it was not very quickly, but we still wanted it. Plus, that's the same year.
Well, see, now I'm
This is a
asking, what
complete
was
aside
affecting
for
show
Neptune
here.
then?
That same year
I'm
is when
curious.
Disney introduced Pluto the dog. And once you do that, come on,
Right.
you got the endearing, we got a cartoon character.
Makes it a lot harder to make this
It makes
shift
it a
in
lot
the
harder.
population.
You can't shake it at that point. You got a dog, a beloved dog.
Right.
All right. The point is, Pluto we discovered, then in the 1990s we discovered icy bodies in the outer solar system that rivaled Pluto in size. And we said, hey,
Oh, I didn't know that.
and then we found many of them.
I didn't know about that.
And
That's
so
cool.
what we concluded was Pluto wasn't so much the 9th planet, it was one of the largest of the icy bodies of a new swath of real estate that we added to our understanding of the solar system called the Kuiper Belt of comets. So we still had the basic solar system. Pluto was always a bit controversial, but we've now grown in our larger understanding.
Was there anybody in science sort of pushing back, saying this is a waste of time, or
Oh, that's neat.
leave Pluto alone?
I know about that.
Was there
Oh yeah,
any
of course.
that
Yeah,
going
there's
on?
always that. The people who were sort of invested
Learn to
in
think.
it. And I wrote a book on this called The Pluto Files, The Rise and Fall of America's Favorite Planet. And the arguments given for it just came and went. Right? Pluto had a moon. So it's got a moon, it's got to be a planet.
You have to imagine, like,
it's a good
how
old
much...
red-blooded planet. It's got a moon.
Just as, like, a quick reminder of, like, it's one thing to see something like this, but, like, realize how much space this takes up. Like, this has got to be an enormous amount of, like, you know, square kilometers or whatever. I don't know. It's not really relevant, but that's something that's, like, dawning on me. Like, it's not just that it's here, it's how much of it there is. It's a lot. It's pretty neat.
Sharon, right? And shortly after that, we discovered much smaller asteroids that had moons. So you couldn't invoke that anymore.
Right.
And every excuse to try to clutch to what it once was ended up evaporating away. And so ultimately, the International Astronomical Union, which has
So does the Kuiper Belt explain the
duty
the irregularities of
establish
Neptune?
nomenclature,
Like the effects on Neptune he was talking about? I'm not actually sure. I wonder if there is an answer.
and categories and things based on the emergent understandings of the world, said we have a new definition of a planet. And Pluto is now a dwarf planet. It's still a planet.
That's a good question if it says the size or scale in the picture. I'm sure one of them... I mean, obviously a lot of these are just like... a lot of these are just, you know, artist descriptions as opposed to, like, to scale renditions. I like how... Oh, it's just a picture in the middle. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe check out the... If you're curious, you know, you can check out the solar system, the NASA.gov page about it. I'm not gonna look too much into it. It's just kind of neat to learn about this thing.
And it's just a dwarf planet.
That
I think it's happier
exists.
that way.
Okay,
It's one of the biggest of the ice
It
bodies.
stands out, you know, it
Rather
really,
than a
really
puny
is
planet.
holding its space alone.
Exactly.
You know? Yeah, it's great. It's cool.
Exactly.
Right.
But
If you want to come back to me with like how big it's estimated to be, that would be super cool.
story here, that's just one example of it. If we take Newton's laws of motion and gravity, it got us to the moon, Newton's laws. We learned that at very high speeds and at very strong gravities, Newton's laws fail.
Right.
They just fail. What's going on? So do you say, let's throw out the entire Newton's laws. Do you do that, or do you say, well, what's actually happening? Because his laws were, he never saw anything run faster than a horse.
Well, but certainly there's got to be a point, and whether Newton's laws have made it, where you do realize that it was a series of assumptions that were not as strong as we thought, and we do throw them out.
No, yeah, but assumptions are,
Well,
you don't need assumptions when
you don't throw them out, right? Because they still correctly and accurately describe scales that we most often encounter. Maybe you need additional descriptions or an understanding as to why it works this way in this circumstance or not. But no, they clearly work and describe reality at scales that we most commonly interact with.
when you have experimental evidence to
Right,
support.
right.
Assumptions are
Correct.
gone, right?
So assumptions should be no part of science.
Well, no, that gets you started.
Okay, got it.
Make it so, I'm going to assume this is true. Let me test it.
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of assumptions. In fact, like why you even have the hypothesis you do is built on a lot of assumptions. But that's the whole point, is the testing is to try to weed out those assumptions to get to what is true about the universe.
Nothing wrong with assumptions.
Okay.
But once something is established, there are no assumptions. It just is.
Right.
Okay. Equals MC squared involves no assumptions at all. Okay. That's what enables bombs.
It's not completely true, but I won't get into like the
and
philosophical like
nuclear
distinct
energy of all stripes.
nitpicking
So
that
the
would
point
make
is,
that wrong.
Einstein discovers a law of gravity and a law of motion that does not have these problems with it. And it's called the theory of relativity. It applies in extreme gravity and extreme accelerations and motions. And the only reason why I'm telling you this is, so do you throw Newton's laws out? No. If you put low speeds and low gravity into Einstein's equations, they become Newton's equations.
Oh, that's really interesting. See, that was the extrapolation I didn't know. I didn't realize that it's just Einstein's equations result in like demonstrating the truth of Newton's equations. That's really cool. Yeah. So no, you don't throw that out.
Newton's equations, we would later learn, are a subset
That's really
of a much
interesting.
larger objective truth
Science
of
is
the
so
universe.
cool.
True in the
In the
micro,
contained
the
way.
contained space it's looking at doesn't hold true.
Correct.
So as we
And-
back out our perspective.
Correct. And the methods and tools of science have been invoked basically in the way we now know them since about 1600.
Okay.
You could go before then and find everyone agreeing that something is true and finding out it's complete opposite.
Right.
Like Earth in the center of the known universe, and then it's the sun.
All right,
Okay?
so I want to.
That's before
Let me interject.
we had these tools.
So and this is based on a statement you've made a lot in media that I want to sort of get into in this space.
I think we're in the middle of a massive experiment worldwide. The experiment is, will people listen to scientists? In this case, referring to medical professionals?
Medical
In this
professionals,
particular case?
Say Anthony Fauci over at Allergy and Infectious Disease.
For example,
It's an experiment in whether people will listen to scientists.
That's what it is.
That's what this is.
what do you have to do to get to the point where you can believe what the scientist says and not the person who wishfully thinks something is different?
So I want to get into this because everything I totally agree with.
Something I will say, I was zoning out a little bit for those clips, just because I was trying to look into something on another tab. But even aside, I don't really want to deal too much with these clips because you have to know, like even the little we saw, there's no context for what he's talking about, and so I'm more interested in what he says about it than what it is in those clips. I don't even really care what they imply.
With everything you're saying. My question comes into the space where, as you're saying, you have a guy naming a planet for a king. I think that there's for a reason. I get funding if I can inspire you to care about what I'm doing. You talked
By
about.
the way, we undid that.
Well, right.
And also, that's exclusively for a name. He didn't say I know this planet exists because the king paid me to say that, right? That's not the right. Just naming it a thing is not the same thing as modifying a scientific discovery for for political reasons.
It's undone. Obviously,
Clearer
it
had
gets
said,
undone.
no, you're not naming this after your freaking king.
We also see, as you described, the headline goes to the one scientist that has some breakout thing, and then media isn't honest about the fact that it's just.
So we're starting to see a little bit of what I was worried about, given that this is Bigtree's show. I don't know. Dell is a weird thing. I call him Dell, I guess. Dell just feels like a weird name to me, but Bigtree feels weirder to call him. Anyway, this is kind of what I was talking about, it being Dell's show. Of like, he got to lead the topic of discussion. Look how many different discussions we've had, like different parts of the discussion that have already been, so that he can like lay out this argument that seems to be in line with all these different subjects. Tyson doesn't get to do that. He doesn't get to lay out. He has to like work it into these other discussions, which, to be fair, I think he's been doing a very good job of doing that. But this is what I mean about like the context gives a huge huge amount of power to Dell, just because it's his show and he can do that. He has these clips prepared to lead into like, oh, we've already talked about this problem. Doesn't it make sense for me to question vaccines? No, it doesn't, and we'll get into why. But he gets to lay out this thing, so now it seems like Neil would be in contradiction with what's been discussed before when he's not.
It may be an anomaly. It needs to be challenged, and we really shouldn't take it just at face value. There's a lot more that needs to be done. Mm-hmm. But my question is, and you sort of stated this, but it's this problem with bias, that the problem I see in many ways, especially in the modern world, with the amount of funding needed to do the levels of science that we're now doing, right? It's very expensive.
Oh, and not to mention, I see the little thing in his ear. He's also got, I don't know if there is necessarily anyone talking to him, but he has the ability for like producers to like feed him information. They need to like look up a made up statistic or whatever. He can just get it fed into his ear. This is what I mean about the power differential.
To be getting out into the cosmos now and looking at ice, particles, or are they dwarf planet, all of this. And so that headline actually helps that scientist get more funding. And the people around that scientist like that it got that headline, because it also brings attention to the fact that they're involved with this funding. And so what we're developing is this, really this sort of cyclone that happens around a brand new idea, whether it has value or not. And we have scientists, I think, that are being affected by the gravity of things that are rotating around it. How does science free itself from that bias in order to ask itself, or a scientist to ask themselves, or allow others to ask them the appropriate questions so that we can get to the bottom of whether or not that is true? Does scientists have a bias, do they not?
So I want to break down what we just listened to, because I was overwhelmed with how blatantly dishonest it was in everything but appearance. So he went on for at least a minute about the like lead up for this question, building in assumptions of not that scientists are trapped in the gravity of the monetary situation, not asking if that's the case, but assuming they definitely are, and they definitely have to break out, and every scientist has this issue, and on top, and assuming that this is like a kind of affecting all research, to then end on this like isn't there such a thing as bias? So he can't really respond to the underlying assumptions of his questions. That was, remember, like a full minute. I wasn't timing it or whatever. It was at least 30 seconds. It was very long. But he wanted to bake in all these assumptions about how things are, so that when he asked this very simple question, Neil doesn't have an ability to push back on the totality of what was being built in there. So yeah, okay, I'm looking at chat. Yeah, Amazon. Yeah, I had the same thing, just thinking of planes, trains, and automobiles. As far as the earpiece, you don't see the earpiece specifically, but when you see on the side of his head, I know I'm mirrored, so probably it's Dell's left side. You can see the little plastic wire piece behind it, the like little coils.
So a very important point to raise here. So and let me unpack what you said. 'Cause
Yeah.
like
Okay,
three
good.
separate
Yeah.
questions.
So I'm really glad that Tyson is good at dealing with this because yes, that like he's immediately like, hold on, we have to unpack the thing you said because this question has nothing to do with what you were trying to say, which was all the stuff you baked into this ahead of time.
In there. So one of them is the attention a scientist might get in a media headline. That works maybe for their grandmother. Okay. Grandmother says, hey, that's my boy, you know, grandparents. For the funding agency, they're much less influenced by what the media says of your work than you implied in your comment.
Also, the people who complain about like money being a problem in science are almost never people who are opposed to the systems that force that to be the case. When we live in a profit-driven system, and a lot of times the funding has to come from companies, and companies are only willing to fund research that's going to be good for their bottom line or be profitable for them, then yeah, you're going to get a lot of like really biased research. No, like these issues are issues that not entirely of capitalism, but are exacerbated by that system. And the people who complain about the money culture, the money problems in science, are never opposed to that.
Okay.
Well, I would assume his
The
last name is
funding
Native
agency,
American origins, but
typically
maybe not.
funding occurs through peer review. You have a proposal for what you want to study.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And then it goes to peer review. And people say, well, no, this is kind of fringy. And someone else attempted it and failed. Why they think they're going to succeed in this way? So I would claim that we are not as susceptible as a community to media headlines as the public is. Now, by the way,
but universities, I mean, universities, like they have star quarterbacks, don't mind seeing their name in the New York Times. They love it, right? So they are going to benefit there's
for fundraising,
you know, all of that.
They'll put it in their newsletter.
So I mean, they're the ones that are housing the scientists. Certainly,
yes,
how big is your lab and what are things you're getting?
You can see it. You can the earpiece. You see this white thing behind his head on his left side. It's really hard to see because he really needs to be straight on, and it's mostly behind his head. They did a lot of work to make it not visible. Probably just because it looks bad, not like being deceitful or anything. Neil can almost certainly see it very clearly. You know, it's not like hiding it from his guest. Probably just doesn't look that great if you can see it, but you can see it a little bit here. And if you see if Dell's ever looking like straight at the camera, you'll see it on his left side.
You're a superstar. Those headlines.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, now you can see it very clearly. And it wasn't just like from behind him, right? It's moving with his head. You can see these like little coils. They're definitely leading into an earpiece.
Matter to that university.
Yes, they do. And the university will lead with those headlines.
Right.
For sure. For sure.
So then that's I didn't put that in there, but there's an orbiting pressure on the science that's happening.
Right, but at the end of the day, the money is coming from unless you privately raise the money, then you get it from other human beings who are like.
Oh, and by the way, as far as like the money pressures that come about from this, oftentimes like if you publish something that's just like flatly false, that's like clearly demonstrably untrue, the idea is that this should be able to be torn apart because it's the kind of thing that like on replication will be flaws or on peer review there will be flaws, and it is exclusively the grifters who are willing to do this, because then you become like Andrew Wakefield, a discredited doctor who now has to book speaking engagements and conspiracy conventions because he threw away his entire career to publish a fraudulent study. This doesn't really appeal to most people, and knowing that that's the kind of thing you'll have to do if you're just publishing bullshit makes it pretty how is that pressure not paid attention to, right? You'll lose your typical career and you'll have to do the conspiracy grift, and there's never a consideration from these anti-vax types that the conspiracy grift is a monetary pressure that can incentivize people to just lie about what's true so that they can get money. Andrew Wakefield actually has a lot of money because of all these speaking engagements and all the books he sells to these conspiracy nut jobs. But nobody ever goes like, oh, well, he's just chasing the money. Well, at the very least, not in their conspiracy theories. It's only the people who prove him wrong that are allegedly chasing the money. It's funny how that works, right?
Not necessarily venture capitalists, but people who are rich sympathizers to your the science you're interested in, they could end up funding it.
Right.
And then you'll get extra funding.
But just simply put, though, we agree that there's human beings involved in this. There's egos involved in this.
Yeah. See, now he's bringing it back to a really simple thing. There is such a thing as bias, right? But that's not the implication of the question he was asking. What he was asking was more or less, isn't there all this so much pressure for notoriety and for money that you basically can assume that the bias is infecting all research and none of it is legitimate by implication. He didn't say it out loud, but like that's the implication here, and he wants to bring it back by, well, isn't there such a thing as bias? So when Neil says yes, he goes, well, that proves what I was saying, when it doesn't.
And all of these things.
Always.
So there's a scientific
So now we're getting into it. And this is like, I figured we were going to get into it ahead of here. So yeah, this is why we couldn't skip ahead. Sadly, we had to sit through like a lot of stuff that wasn't really relevant, but it seems we're getting into it now.
Exists to make sure that that doesn't contaminate the ultimate. Is it consensus that we have to get to?
No,
or?
What you said is precisely correct. So
This
like
is why
I said,
peer review and methodology
scientists are
matters.
humans, just like everybody else.
Right.
We have biases. We have, by the way, speaking of bias, probably the most biased chapter in the history of science were 19th century anthropologists, European anthropologists, who were sure white males were the top of the evolutionary heap.
Oh, yeah.
Anything else
Like
they
the
went around
advent of
world. In fact,
phrenology
they
and
were
all that.
scientists
Right.
saying this and putting forth charts and data and all the rest of that. So it's not as though bias can't contaminate an entire field. Some fields are more susceptible than others. When you start ranking humans, that matters. But
But also, like,
so we have-
methodologically, you couldn't have a method that verifies those assumptions, and if it's rigorous in the way that scientific rigor is now. And this is why these tools and mechanisms and methods are developed, is to avoid the possibility of that kind of bias being built into the system,
tools.
or
someone
finding
can
its way through
go
the system,
rogue,
I should say.
and rogue is too critical. Someone can go independent, go off the grid,
Okay.
and get their own funding, get their friends, maybe they're wealthy, whatever, and do whatever they want.
Yeah.
And they will not be susceptible to their peer review, and that allows them to sort of drift.
Okay.
You know who did this? Speaking of Pluto from earlier, Percival Lowell, who, wealthy Lowell of the Lowells of New England, he was an amateur astronomer, loved telescopes. He built one of the best telescopes ever, found a mountain in Arizona where there's no rain, in the desert basically, put a telescope on top there, funded himself. It's called the Lowell Observatory to this day. And he observed Mars, and he believed he saw canals on Mars. This was not peer-reviewed. This was his own, he went off the grid. And everyone says, well, I don't see canals in my telescope because your telescope is not as good as mine. And he did have a really good telescope in a really good observing site. And it would be decades before that would be corrected by more of the peer-reviewed scientific community. So yes, it can happen.
Okay, so
has happened.
So then the next question I have is, okay.
So I think Niels did a really good job of dealing with that, but unfortunately, there's some amount to which, if you're going to address the subject at all of what you're being asked, you're going to give him the answer he's looking for, which is yes, there's bias, and that's all he's looking for. It was a really good answer and a really good approach, in particular to that initial very long question. I think he did a really, really good job, but it's the problem of setting. We'll see how much that continues to happen.
We know that scientists can have a bias. There's influences that can affect.
Yeah. See, look, that's his only takeaway. Scientists can have a bias. That's all he was looking for.
The results. I have a chart of a scientific method I just pulled off of Wikipedia. Let's just take a look at this. I want to.
Yeah, we went to the middle school textbook. Cool. That's what it's like. It's in a very basic sense. This is not. Scientists don't refer to this as when they're planning their study. All right.
If you agree with this, obviously it's Wikipedia. take that for what we will. But the scientific method is an observation
Okay, he was
reflections
honest
where it
about the
starts,
simplicity there.
assumption, as you said, maybe an early assumption into a research topic area. We develop a hypothesis. Then we test with experiment. We analyze that data and report conclusions. I would say test with the experiment would also be where you would say someone that opposes that idea should step in and has some science say, I'd like to challenge you. I'd like to run a test on that because I don't think you're seeing the whole picture.
Otherwise, it's an isolated result.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
it's an
and also like
isolated result.
replicating the test is a big
that.
deal.
Okay.
And so.
This is all, that's accurate.
Okay.
Though it be off the internet, it's
Right,
accurate.
right, okay, very good.
But I will simplify that.
Okay.
The scientific method is do whatever it takes to not be fooled that something is true that is not, or that something is not true that is. Did I say that right?
Yeah, he said it's basically the precept of I want to believe as many true things as possible and not believe as many false things as possible. Yeah, I mean I guess in a very simple way you could describe it that way. But like some amount of that is not the same as science, right? Like there are true things I can believe that are completely disconnected from science. Like for example, I can believe someone when they tell me how they're feeling, and if they're being honest about it, then I will have believed a true thing. But that's not, amenable to scientific discovery. What he would call a personal truth. So that's not like exclusively the domain of science, but yes, that's the goal.
Yeah, right. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, okay. Do whatever it takes. Does it mean get a chart recorder?
Right.
Get a friend to verify?
Unearth it in any way possible that you can.
Any way possible.
Yes.
Okay? I don't care what it is.
Yep.
You don't want to be fooled into thinking something is true that isn't, or something is not true that is. Period.
Right.
And that sequence is the unpacking of that sentence I just uttered to you to try to systematize that process.
Completely, totally agree.
And that recognizes that we all are susceptible to bias. And some fields are less bias prone than in astrophysics, it's really hard for your politics to reveal itself. It's very hard.
Yeah.
It's,
like I don't know how you would what that would even mean.
There's just.
Is it possibly because without you involved in it all, it's not sexy at all, so it doesn't get influenced by a lot of.
I guess what it would mean would be like the people who are heliocentric proponents, and those people still exist. They're very wacky.
I mean, you've probably brought in all the potential,
who knows? Who knows?
Observation that could influence it. I want to ask, I think, a very important question right now, because part of the montage was trust the scientists. We have to, people got to learn to trust the science.
Well, just to be clear.
Okay.
Those were sound bites that you pulled out. Let me just make it a slightly longer sentence.
Sure.
You should trust.
Yeah, he's even addressing that it's just clip chimping.
Going.
Okay, I don't know. I think he's doing a really good job. I'm surprised that the other video, the next hit on YouTube, is what he should have said. I mean, maybe there's some stuff that's later, or maybe there's their own personal thoughts and like they think he did a good job, but also, but yeah, I think Neil is doing an exceptionally good job given the environment he's in so far.
Given the history of success of science and the methods and tools that enable it, it is in your interest to trust any emergent scientific consensus. And a consensus, unfortunately, we don't have a different word to use there, so I'm stuck with that. Normally, when you hear the word consensus, people just offer their opinions, and you get the average, or you get the majority of opinions.
Right.
A scientific consensus is not about opinions. It's about results, published, peer-reviewed, published results of experiments. And we speak of the consensus of those experiments. If they lean in one direction, it is in your interest to lean
follow
with
that direction.
Correct. I think for some of those quotes, I said, trust the scientist.
Yeah.
Yes, if the scientist is representing a consensus. If they're isolated, it's like, what's going on here?
But wouldn't we say that the advance of science really is advanced by the consensus? It's usually that person that looks at something a different way, or that science group that
not
says,
at all.
We want to check.
So there'll be a person who, like, I know what he's trying to say, right? He's trying to talk about, like, Newton, for example, like, came up with something new and inventive, and that wasn't with the consensus or whatever, or like Galileo is a better example. But No, that is like what is new is not distinct from the consent. These like what they weren't pushing in the face of scientific consensus. They were pushing in the face of popular belief, and the scientific consensus has very clearly um, has demonstrated the truth of their findings. It is now in agreement with them, and this is why replication is important. If someone has a result that is in opposition to the scientific consensus, it needs to be peer reviewed and replicated. Not Neil is by no means saying to throw it out, but what he is saying is it wouldn't make any sense for you, a layperson, to assume that that person is correct. That's nonsense, and it's not in your best interest.
Challenge this consensus space and then has to fight for it and prove it and attacks, and under the attacks or under the pressures given.
Nope. Notice, see, he's doing it again. He's building it. He's like he wants to ask about the outsider being like the person who has a different result being often the person who pushed science, but now he's building in and against all of the weight of the system pushing against thinking outside the box. He's just trying to build in the assumption of enforced conformity, even though it's been repudiated. So, and like Neil has been very clear that no, it doesn't. It is not this overwhelming force like you describe.
From in every
But he's trying to build it in again and again and again because he knows his audience isn't
then
listening,
ultimately
right?
we see a shift in the consensus. But would it be safe to say that very few of the science advancements have happened because the consensus moved first, but that it's usually a singular or smaller group that move in a new direction?
So that's confabulating. What's the word?
Okay.
Conflating is the word he's wanting. Is probably the word he wants.
It's conjoining two things that should be thought about separately.
Okay.
So one of them is you have a scientific consensus, and then someone has a new idea. And the new idea, but if the consensus is established through experiment.
Oh, and usually the consensus is like the new idea is not in opposition to the consensus. It might be new, and that's what he's talking about as a new idea, but it's not like the new idea is not usually like gravity isn't real. That's not usually the new idea. That would be something that is in opposition to the consensus, and you could not demonstrate. But that's the kind of thing that Dell wants to go on to say is true, because remember, he's an anti-vaxxer. He wants to say, like, vaccines cause autism, which they don't. They just don't.
Mm-hmm. Verified and not higher weight than it deserves. So in other words, you can do an experiment. This happened in the nutrition field, where we all started saying, let's now do the Mediterranean diet, because it's low fat, low saturated fat, and this sort of thing. And then that was a big study. I mean, it was epidemiological, but which always has issues. But it was a big study, and no study had been that large. And everyone said, let's shift, and advertising changed, and marketing changed, and everything. And then you're like, but wait a minute. How come, this is Europe, how come France was not in that study? Not in the study. France.
That's interesting.
France, the country
why that doesn't seem as surprising to me as it does to him is I don't know what countries were in the study. Maybe it was a lot of Mediterranean, maybe it was most Mediterranean countries, but then conspicuously not France, maybe. But yeah, I mean, that does seem like an oversight. If like he's probably mentioning it because it is an oversight, it doesn't seem like it.
Saturated fat,
right.
Okay?
Necessarily.
The butter, the foie gras.
Right. Sauces, everything.
Okay?
Wine in almost every meal,
okay.
breakfast.
Why was that? So in what way does the absence of these countries bias the result that they reported?
Right.
So I would not call that consensus, the Mediterranean diet. That was, again, this one study that came out.
Yeah.
Before
that has
others
methodological
had a chance to,
problems.
but people ran with it.
But I mean, historically, Galileo breaks the system. Newton breaks the
system. Yes, but they were not pushing back on a robust scientific community that was adhering to methodological rigor. They were pushing back, like Galileo was pushing back against literally the Catholic Church, not an institution well known for scientific rigor.
Well, Galileo birthed the system.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, he broke something that was not established through scientific inquiry.
Exactly.
So we can't. We start with Galileo and move on. Okay. So we have a consensus. What I'm telling you is there are people working on the edges of that consensus, and people say, "Oh, that's a new thing we can add to this." All right. And if it's successful, it immediately gets absorbed.
Right.
And immediately we can debate what immediately means. Here's an interesting
And we can go
example.
back also to like this is exactly like Einstein found some new idea and it didn't disprove Newton's laws. It didn't reject them. It found that the limits of where they were applicable and built in and like found that they were part of a greater whole, as he was talking about. Right? These new ideas don't just say like it don't tend not to completely flip everything we know on their head, because if they did, we wouldn't have come to these conclusions in the first place, right? Like, you're going to tell me that tomorrow someone can do an experiment that would prove gravity isn't real? No, they might have a new idea about how gravity manifests or how it works, and maybe that can be established, but everything we know about gravity, we know about gravity.
Continental drift and
demonstrated.
Geology. This is a fascinating bit of history here. Forgive me, I forgot the guy's name. We have it correctly in Cosmos, in one of the episodes of Cosmos. But there's someone who looked, and others had done this before, they looked at the shape of South America and the shape of Africa on a map.
Yeah.
And say, wait, that looks like it fits. But there's a whole ocean between them.
Right.
But it kind of, is there a puzzle? Did these land masses once connect? Interesting question. On that circle, your wiki page circle, that's the hypothesis.
Right.
Okay? Let's test this. Well, what might you do? You say, if they once connected, might there be fossils in common on both shores, even though there's an ocean between them? So you look. The fossils match. Oh my gosh. All right. And other things start matching, but wait a minute. How the hell is land going to move on a solid surface? No one had any idea about this. No understanding. So that notion that a continent would move when no one had a mechanism to make it happen, it just sort of stayed there on the shelf. Okay? And there it stayed. Because even though this was intriguing evidence, it wasn't enough to convince everybody.
Right.
All right? The consensus was not ready to go there.
Right.
And so what happens after the Second World War? We're mapping the bottom of the Atlantic, so the subs know where to hide and where to go, the submarines, and in the center of the Atlantic,
Look, we found a thing.
There's a ridge. Oh my gosh, there's a split. It's separating in the middle of the Atlantic. Take a look at a surface map without the ocean of the Atlantic Ocean, right down the middle.
Right.
Once that was uncovered and revealed, declassified, and published, boom. We had the mechanism and all the data fit. So you could say this person was a lone island, but everyone was gathering evidence. And there were some holdouts, of course.
Right.
There are always holdouts.
Probably some really crazy ideas that thought fit in there that pushed it,
And by the way,
And by the way, that person who had that new idea was not an idea contrary to evidence. There wasn't evidence that wasn't the case, that these were at one time together. There was just no evidence that they once were together. You know what I mean? Like, there's no positive evidence, not there is evidence against that idea. Because if there were, right, like that would have to be reckoned with. It was just a non-understanding of how it could be the case.
nothing wrong with the crazy idea.
Right.
Nothing at all. And so, but the assertion that the lone person has to move the consensus does not recognize that people in the consensus are not trying to always consensify. Is that a word?
Let's make it a
You
word,
know what it
'cause I
means.
like it. We live in a world where, every year
Turn it into a verb.
Right, that's right.
Okay?
Yeah.
If you go to a scientific conference, we are arguing with each other all the time.
Right.
We're not sitting back with our legs up on the table
Right.
saying we are masters of our understanding of the world. No. We're always at the chalkboard, so that when the newspaper article says, new results send scientists back to the drawing board, if you were not at the drawing board, you were not a research scientist, because
Yeah,
we're
right.
all there at all times.
All right, and I love hearing that. So I want to get into a problem that is being written about quite often when it comes to science, and especially you said there's certain spaces in science that fluctuate or have more issues in them or more potential bias problems than others.
If they involve human behavior.
Right.
Yeah.
So I want to read you a few quotes, just 3 quotes here really quick. This is Richard Horton, editor-in-chief of The Lancet. He said in this article, What is Medicine's 5 Sigma? He said, the case against science is straightforward. Much of the scientific literature, perhaps half, may be simply untrue.
Totally
by
true.
studies with small sample sizes, tiny effects, invalid exploratory analysis, and flagrant conflicts of interest, together with an obsession for pursuing fashionable trends of dubious importance. Science has taken a turn towards darkness.
Oh, you
Again,
know this guy read that and said, therefore we can reject anything we feel like. Oh my God.
Another editor. Let me read
Context is super important here, and I'm guessing that article says more than just that one paragraph and has more context, but of course we're not going to get it. And Neil's trying to interject with more context, but he's going to move right along.
3, and then we'll hit it. Dr. Richard Smith, just to give the body of the concern here.
Look, doctors say
BMJ,
that science is bullshit too.
That's
That's what he's saying right now. That's what Dell's trying to say. Look, scientists say that science is bullshit.
Cal, this is what he has to say. He says, Richard Smith, who edited the British Medical Journal for more than a decade, said there was no evidence that peer review was a good method of detecting errors, and claimed that most of what is published in journals is just plain wrong or nonsense. And lastly, another editor.
Yep, just moving along. This is what's called a Gish Gallop. It's just packing in a ton of information, and your opponent's just not going to be able to go through it piece by piece. It would be better to present these one at a time. And on top of that, the evidence he's providing is one, a quote from a scientist. So like, that's a belief a person has. Is that correct? Also without context for what they mean about these kinds of things. And like short snippets pulled out of these articles, and Neil wanted to interject and deal with these one at a time, but no, again, the setting gives Dell the power to say, no, you shut up while I lay out all my bullshit.
Marcia Engel, and she's from New England Journal of Medicine, she had this to say about the same issue. It is simply no longer possible to believe much of the clinical research that is published or to rely on the judgment of trusted physicians or authoritative medical guidelines. I take no pleasure in this conclusion, which I reached slowly and reluctantly over my 2 decades as an editor of the New England Journal of Medicine.
I also want to note that this guy, Dell, does not believe this. Because the entire basis for anti-vax ideology and like conspiracism, that's the better word, is based on the paper published by Andrew Wakefield in the 90s about the link between the MMR vaccine and autism. If he believed that all this clinical research was bullshit and you can't trust any of it, why is he believing that paper? He obviously believes some of it, and it's the things that comport with his agenda or his conspiracism or whatever, or his ideology, whatever it is that compels him to believe this nonsense. And if you were going to believe any paper, to believe Andrew Wakefield's paper is the least sensical one to ever believe. Again, I recommend this video to you from H. Bomber Guy. It goes into very clear detail about how absurd it is that anyone could believe this paper. In addition to a lot of other stuff. So no, like Dell is like, he's pretending like, oh, science is all bullshit because he only wants to reject the things he doesn't like. But we'll see what Neil has to say about it.
We're talking about medicine and science. This is a science.
And now he's not letting Neil respond. Again, there's the power of setting. He gets to lay out whatever he wants. Neil can't interject as to why what was just said was nonsense. And Dell gets the floor again to start extrapolating from these snippets that are definitely without context and do not mean what he's going to try to imply they mean.
That actually affects the human body, right? It has, and we are looking at, when you say the consensus, many of these statements, more than 50%. I know you've seen a lot of the studies by universities saying we can't recreate this science and make it happen.
And like, does it bother you ever? Like, if anyone who I don't know if anyone like really agrees with this guy, but like anyone who would agree with this kind of thing, like, or like this kind of like presentation, does it ever bother you how dishonest people like Dell have to be? Like Neil's just like laying out fact and like explaining, and he's like really interested, like trying to be really honest about everything he's saying. And Dell is out here like, no, 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 let me quote snipe a bunch of scientists, take them out of context, and then go on to make a claim about them without letting you talk, without letting you explain anything, so that I can trust one of the most discredited scientists in modern history. Like, does it bother you? I feel like it ought to.
Again, in more than 50% of what we have signed off on was true. And so that begs the question.
No, they didn't sign up for what was true. Just be clear. A published research paper is not in and of...
Being genuine with their beliefs is not what I'm talking about, Galit. I'm talking about being genuine with how they're approaching things. That was incredibly dishonest what Dell just did, and like I feel like that should be really obvious to anyone who's appraising things. He just laid out a bunch of out of context quote snipes that he's not letting his guest respond to, and he's extrapolating positions from them that are probably counter to the beliefs of the scientists. That's highly dishonest. I don't care what he believes. I care about how he's presenting his positions, and it's in a highly dishonest way.
Of itself, the truth. Okay. It is the result.
Yeah, I'm saying the presentation is dishonest. The presentation, the argumentation, the implications, what he's doing. I mean, he's quotes like he's taking a one sentence quote out of an entire article. Do you really think that scientist really believes that science is bullshit? Do you really think that? And if you do, you should go read that article and see if that's true.
Can have either intentional bias or inadvertent bias or some other kind of glitch that happened that they didn't even know about. It, by the way, one of those quotes is speaking as though it's a new fact, but it's an old fact. Half or more of all...
Oh, Dell is saying science is BS. He's absolutely saying it. He has to. Because he has to reject so much science to be an anti-vaxxer that he basically, like, he's out here, he's taking those quotes as meaning half of what of scientific papers are false, and not just like they might be off a little bit, like these scientists likely mean. My expectation is that they mean like when they say half of science is not half of these published papers is incorrect, they probably mean like, you know, their conclusions are a little too generous for their actual results, or maybe they could have done whatever. Like there are details, or maybe the methods are a problem, and like we haven't weeded out the actual issues of how these things are conducted. But what he wants to say is that I can reject anyone who's in favor of vaccines because half of clinical trials are bullshit. He's absolutely saying that. I know I'm extrapolating a lot because he hasn't really gotten to it. We're only in like implication zones here. But this guy is like let's go back. Like he's a founding member of an organization whose whole thing is anti-vax stuff. Like this guy does not believe in vaccine science at all. And in order to have that position, you need to really believe like, yeah, all of the science that I've seen regarding vaccines, except for Andrew Wakefield's nonsense paper, by the way, is all nonsense. He has to say that. Yeah. So,
freshly published papers will ultimately shown to be wrong. You can go back to the journals and you see, I've got an idea, I do this, and they test. No, that didn't pan out. So that's not a new fact. That's an old fact, and that is the very nature of the moving frontier. It is bloody. I don't want to call it ugly because we already know that's what it's supposed to be. It's beautiful in that it's contested the way it is. That's the process.
But in the case of business and in all things, is it possible for a science or an idea that is allowing some potentially, peer-reviewed ideas that weren't properly done because it suits, for instance, a pharmaceutical industry?
Yeah, see, there it is. Now, so yeah, exactly, right? This is what I mean about the implications he was trying to build in before. Be like, oh yeah, it's all because the pharmaceutical companies want to sell you vaccines. You want to know something funny about that? Andrew Wakefield, not only was paid to conduct his study to find exactly what he found to support a legal altercation. I guess it was like a court case. He also exclusive made his research or like had as finding of his, as the findings of his research, and that it's the MMR vaccine in combination, so that he could sell his own separated vaccines. So like as much as these people try to pretend like, oh, it's the pharmaceutical companies just want to like lie to you and like inject nonsense into your blood or whatever so that they can make a profit, the scientific consensus wouldn't be on their side in the way that they are if that were the case. And the people that these nut jobs like to point at as like proof against the fact are openly, actively doing this.
That is making billions of dollars and is now lobbying nations around the world and is putting in players inside of regulatory agencies.
Now, see, notice now, like, here's all the conspiracism coming out, and like Neil's not going to be in a position to like debunk all the nonsense of what he's talking about. Yeah, there are problems of like lobbying and whatever else, but also this guy's not against lobbying, right? There's no way this guy's like anti-capitalist and is opposed to a pharmaceutical industry as a for-profit venture. Right, he doesn't actually give a shit. He just wants to be anti-vaccine and pretend at the conspiracism.
Is it possible? Is it just possible that the consensus could be moving in an incorrect direction, or with a few incorrect assumptions?
There's a deeper issue than what those three quotes communicate here. There's a deeper issue. I would claim that half of those quotes.
See now, like, look how much Dell packed in before Neil is really giving the opportunity to respond to those quotes. This is what I mean about the dishonesty of his argumentation. It's literally a logical fallacy called a Gish Gallop.
Quotes were always true, so that's it feels fresh and new because we're in a health, issue here. Okay, the health headlines are noticed a little more than usual.
And it's where science actually impacts our.
And notice how little time he's had to really talk about the bigger problem. He can't possibly address the totality of what those quotes were getting at, and he had just a few seconds before Dell starts to respond to things, because it's a conversation. You're going to respond to each other.
Of course.
What's happening out in the cosmos?
How the hell was he supposed to like unravel all of what Dell just packed in? And remember, at the last he left off, he was already building in all that conspiracy of like they're packing the regulatory commissions and they have their fingers in everything, and it's this great big plot about every how in 10 seconds is Neil gonna say anything that's gonna tear all that apart? This is what I mean about the dishonesty.
Whether I live for the next 2 years or not.
Nor do I really need to put disclosure statements.
Right.
We can and do, but it's not. It's like it's perfunctory. It's not. Let me see what your bias is with your telescope. Who funded you with the black hole? It's not. We're not as susceptible. The bigger, deeper issue here is I produce a result that's interesting and maybe move the field in a way. But yeah, there's bias. There's funding bias. There's my bias. Okay. You don't get famous. By the way, back up. Just because I'm funded by a business entity and get a result that's in their interest does not mean my result is false. It just means you want to just look a little closer.
Right.
Okay?
Sure. Replication.
You get a bigger magnifying glass.
It should have a little more scrutiny.
A little more scrutiny. That's all that means. It doesn't mean it has to be wrong.
Great.
Okay? Just to be clear. All right. So here's the bigger problem.
Great distinction.
That is not yet resolved. Is funding agencies that fund science. If I say, Betty Lou and Johnny Smith got this result, I want to duplicate their experiment. There's hardly any money for that.
Right.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
Problem.
That's the actual
bigger
problem.
Than anything those three quotes
Getting funding to challenge the giant.
Nope. That's not what he said, Dell. Notice how Dell took. Yeah, the problem is getting money to challenge the scientific consensus because he wants to throw out the concept of science so that he can live in his anti-vax world, because that's what he'd have to do. That's not what Neil was saying. He was saying you need duplication and funding for that to verify the findings of these experiments. Not, notice the difference of what they're saying.
Problem
I'll
that
play it.
anything those three quotes
Getting funding to challenge
To
the
cha-
giant system.
Challenge the
to
giants.
challenge a result that
no,
everyone is
challenge
kind of
to
buying into.
Yeah.
And
to
so the
verify results,
verification
not to
part
challenge
of
the
that
giants.
loop, is in danger.
Right? This again, the assumption of conspiracism, the thing he's packed in a million times already, that there are these giants and they're controlling everything and they're forcing these pro-vaccine positions on us. He hasn't gotten to the vaccine part. I just know it's coming, right? And like that. Oh God, I'm very glad we watched all of it because yes, there's a lot of stuff that led into where I was going to skip to. And you have to challenge the giants that are controlling everything. No, that's not what he said. It's replication of experiments to verify what is and is not true. But Dell doesn't want that because you know whose experiments did get or were looked at for duplication? Andrew Wakefield's. But he didn't even want to do it because by everyone who ever looked at it, it was very clear that his findings were nonsense. Again, watch this video. It's extremely good. Again, I've already linked it in my description.
Completely agree.
And
I mean, look, very simply put, it's one of the problems we have, and I don't know where you stand on vitamins and drugs, but a drug company likes the fact that it costs $100 million
I don't stand anywhere,
to do.
by the way. I don't take stances.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, but a drug company likes the fact, I think, that it costs $100 million to be able to
Do
prove
they?
a product through,
I don't
the
think
type of
they do
science
like
we
that
want.
actually.
And now, if you could force the vitamin companies to have to go through that same.
This is a level of conspiracism that doesn't even make sense to me. Why would they like that? It's a company. Their interest is profit. If it costs them instead of $100 million, if it costs them $1,000 to demonstrate the same thing and get their product, they could still charge the same amount for it and make way, 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 way more money, almost $100 million worth. But I don't understand why he would think that's the case. It's just again, just note that the conspiracism that's living in every thought that comes out of him now that we're onto a subject he cares about.
Same thing that you can just say, you don't get to make any claims there at all. These things affect us in many different ways, and they're really big, strong ethical questions.
Yes, there are.
Right?
So
involved
in the system that we've built for ourselves, let's back up 100 and how many? 50 years? Yeah.
Yep.
So 1863, how long ago that was, Abraham Lincoln, who clearly had other issues on his plate in 1863, he signed into law the creation of the National Academy of Sciences, conceived to be independent of government agencies, yet responding to their requests to produce research that may serve the interest of the nation, our health, our wealth, our security.
Right.
Okay. Other agencies have come up since then. Of course, the National Institutes of Health, but let me specifically speak to the National Academy of Sciences. Other than a sort of a foray into eugenics, like I said, this was a very big thing in its day.
Yeah.
By and large, when they publish a paper, it's some of the best scientists who are elected to those positions analyzing research to give you the best available data at the time.
Is it wrong to assume some level of objectivity in those spaces, that if they're government agencies or signed in by Abraham Lincoln or the NIH, that they're keeping themselves apart from the funded entities, pharmaceutical or
again, the
sciences,
built-in conspiracy.
that we trust these agencies because they keep themselves out of the loop?
Also, there's no way this guy believes that they're objective when he's like, any amount of funding is like he was accusing people. He was implying that papers coming out of universities are biased because the universities like publicity. You think government funding for this organization would escape him as being a source of bias? The things he'll call biased are the things he doesn't agree with. That is the long and short of it. It has absolutely nothing to do with whether it's true or not. It's just whether he agrees with it. He likes Andrew Wakefield. He's in agreement with him, right? Like, this isn't a person who looks at what's true and makes conclusions. It's a person who looks at what he agrees with and claims it is scientific objective fact.
Comprised primarily of independent scientific researchers, typically in universities.
Right.
So the way you have to say this is it completely free of any possible bias? Probably not. But is there
and of course, like, this is where talking to a scientist is kind of unfortunate. Neil's done a really good job up to this point, but Neil just did what a lot of scientists do, which is to say, well, no, I can't say with 100% certainty that this is without bias. I can say it's, maybe 95% without bias, or whatever number you want to come up with. It doesn't really matter. The point is, someone like Dell is going to look at that and say, there's bias. You can't be sure there's not bias. There's bias. That means it's all nonsense. I can throw it out. Because that's how people like this think.
any other agency that's less biased? I would say no, there isn't, based on my read of the landscape.
Okay.
So once again, it's where you're going to lean when it's time
And remember,
to
this
make a
guy wants to
decision that
lean with
affects your health,
towards
your wealth,
Andrew
or
Wakefield.
your
He's not a neutral observer, right? Like, this isn't a neutral party. He has opinions, and his opinions are to agree with the most nonsense that I've ever seen as far as a quote-unquote scientific finding. Worse actually than things like phrenology.
security.
Right.
But I want to get back to the point. Someone said the peer review is broken. That's it's broken.
He has now gotten how many minutes later? I think we got this question like somewhere in here, like at least 10 minutes later, maybe more. Now he's getting to talk about the second of those 3 quotes. Yeah, like, if you really don't think that this Dell guy is dishonest, like, I don't see how you could come to that conclusion.
Primarily in the fact that you're not going to fund me to just duplicate someone else's research.
Right.
That's not interesting.
So we're having trouble finding.
And if half of the research that the public is funneling into their own conduct and politicians are grabbing onto, if half of that would ultimately shown to be false and no one is going to fund that, that's the real problem.
I agree.
And so that needs an overhaul.
We need an overhaul.
For sure.
All right, so let me.
Yeah, what he
just
took
because
away is we need
I
an
know your
overhaul,
time
and what
is
he
precious,
means
and
by
you have
that
a
is
bunch of things, and
he
I
wants
wanna
to
respect
throw
your
out
time.
all the credible science in favor of vaccine
there is something that
conspiracism.
actually combines us together. We're actually combined recently in an article that I want to bring up. This is based on a movie that you have coming out, Someone Shot in the Arm, which is coming out.
Oh, Shot in the Arm.
So Shot in the Arm, I just want to point out, is in the Hollywood Reporter, just to show, part of what sits the two of us at this table. Shot in the Arm review, a pointed documentary about the anti-vax movement. Filmmaker Scott Hamilton Kennedy, popular scientist, and Neil deGrasse Tyson joined forces to explore the history and deadly consequences of resistance to COVID vaccines. It's just a little excerpt, I'm in here. Kennedy actually began working on the film in 2019. During a surprising uptick in cases of measles around the world, he found that the causes could be found in growing resistance to vaccines fueled by prominent people like environmental activist Robert Kennedy Jr. and TV personality Del Bigtree. Their primary argument, refuted by almost all prominent scientists, was that the measles vaccine led to cases of autism. When we go to the site on this film, the actual fundraising page has a photo of me, which is interesting. If you want to donate to Shot in the Arm, there's Del Bigtree. I mean, clearly, this is a documentary that is not going to try and make me look like the best guy in the world. And I want to be really clear with you right here. You and everybody has every right to challenge the things that I've said, and I'll let Robert Kennedy Jr. speak.
I'd actually be interested in watching it. I mean, obviously, I can't do that on stream because of copyright issues. I wonder how I could see it. I wonder if it's like streaming anywhere. I'll look into this more later, I guess. But I'd be interested in seeing that. Sounds interesting.
Speak for himself.
And it
so
makes more sense why
I just really
Neil
honestly
deGrasse Tyson was
want
brought
to-
on here. I didn't know that he had made a documentary about this exact subject. So he's probably way better informed than I had thought at the outset.
Understand why this is a film you thought was important, so that
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Scott Kennedy, he's the filmmaker.
Yeah.
He wrote it, produced it, directed it, filmed it.
Yeah.
I
He looks a
came
little
on
like Adam Conover.
after he showed me an early version of it.
Okay. Yeah.
What do they call it in the business? Not a take, but an early
A preview.
draft. Yeah,
or-
preview.
Yeah,
preview.
yeah.
And I said, fascinating. I think you can communicate this a little better, differently, a little less And so I offered my sensibilities as an educator and as a scientist to help tighten or tune, better word, the narrative
Right.
and the editing of what would ultimately. I said you can't just say this without showing results
Right.
and this sort of thing. That was an article in the Hollywood Reporter. What it missed in there is the documentary is not about what any one scientist says, even though scientists themselves are interviewed.
Right.
It's about the consensus of the medical community
Right.
and what it says. And so this is a vessel to communicate that. No differently than would any vessel be when we are communicating how gravity works or how anything else that has been established through the methods and tools of science.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would just say, I mean, and as we're having this conversation, is that, you know, the article goes on to say that, you know, Dell was unable to put up, like we asked them questions and they were unable to give a decent argument to their perspective. But I want to make it clear that, you know, Kennedy, the director, never called me, said, here's the list of questions we'd like you to answer. We're going to sit down and put you in an interview.
Is that how
I was at the
documentaries
CDC
work?
one time when I came out of a meeting, tried to observe how the science was being done there and asked questions on the fly. I imagine that the interviews of Tony Fauci and others, they got to sit down and were prepped on what was going to take place there. And so
Is that how
in some ways,
documentaries
I don't
work?
think
To
that
my understanding, that's not how documentaries sit down with their participants. It's usually or at the very least, they don't tell them in advance what you're going to be asked necessarily. That's how you get issues like Lawrence Krauss got tricked into being in a heliocentrism documentary. You know, like or sorry, not heliocentrism, a geocentrism documentary. Um, Specifically because he didn't know the questions in advance or like who he was like. I don't think that's how that works.
you know, I can say honestly, I was never given some fair space to explain my position, which I made a film, Vaxxed, right? And Vaxxed, and I will say this, people say Vaxxed proves that the MMR vaccine causes autism. That's what puts me in this space. I have never made that statement. What I have said is that Vaxxed proves that we have a whistleblower inside the CDC that is giving us 10,000 documents he said he was asked to destroy, and that we know.
So I want to look at this. So this is okay. I'm a little curious. Did I spell it wrong? Thompson. It's a P. Well, obviously it's not that William Thompson. All right, I'm not finding it. I'm curious to what extent this guy is in on the grifting now too. I would expect he's a lot. People
That
do
the
this
study
all the
plan
time.
changed after there was already the protocol was set, which in some cases should be considered scientific fraud. If you change mid-study and start kicking half of the cohorts or the people in the study off the study to get a different result, and you have an inside scientist saying, I was there in the room, we were trying to get a different result to the study, what I have said is Vax proves that whatever these scientists saw made them push the limits of potential scientific fraud. That's all that I've ever been able to.
Yeah, okay. So he's saying it without saying it. Like, dude, you clearly believe it. That it proves what like you just know that you don't have actual evidence, so you'll hint it's conspiracism and imply wrongdoing and fraud because you can't prove your actual position. That's what you're actually saying.
To prove, because we really lacked a huge body of science in this space. But I want to, you know, just what seems clear is you must, you know, think it's important. And I want to ask you just directly, you must feel that.
Oh, and by the way, this guy also does not believe that vaccines are nonsense based on that, given that he founded this organization before this stuff happened, right? Didn't he say that the guy from the CDC was like fairly recent? Hold on, let me see. Actually, I guess I should see when his movie came out. Oh, okay. Then never mind. I guess it started back then. So maybe it was because. All right.
a statement questioning the safety of the MMR vaccine in this case, which it seems measles. I haven't seen the documentary because it's unavailable. We've asked.
Well, it's not out yet. It's not.
We haven't been able to
later
see
this year. It's.
But is it fair to say?
Still being edited and still
is
being.
It fair to say you think it's dangerous to challenge the safety of the MMR vaccine because the damage that that challenge could do to humanity? Is that a fair? If I was going to make a statement for you.
So among the things, I'm gonna crib a little bit from H-Bomb here. He talks about this at the end of his video, and I think it's relevant. Is one of the insidious things about this vaccine conspiracism is that built into this is this assumption that because remember the whole idea is like, oh, maybe we shouldn't be giving our kids this vaccine, and the idea is like it's better to risk measles than the unfounded risk that your kid might develop autism. Like that's as bad or worse. Like measles kills people. It's a really bad disease or whatever. But I can't risk my kid being neurodivergent. Is pretty fucked. And it's built into all of this. I would argue that honestly, even if you could demonstrate the link, it'd still be a good thing to vaccinate children with the MMR vaccine, because being autistic is an okay thing to be. It's not something that we need to like make sure people can't be autistic or whatever.
I don't have sufficient medical background to speak with authority on this.
Okay.
What I can say more generally is I recognize the data on vaccines broadly and how many lives it has saved.
Yeah.
They have saved over the centuries, more specifically recent decades. Mm-hmm. And that, from what I can see, represents consensus research in the medical community. And so I never have any specific agenda to push. Typically an agenda is I want to do this when everyone else is doing that. When I'm a scientist and I'm an educator, and I don't benefit or anything. I just trying to communicate what communities of scientists have discovered and learned, and that's my only role in this. I'd be happy to take your concern that you didn't have occasion to sit down. Yeah. But there's a lot of footage of you, as you found a lot of footage of me in the intro here. There's a lot of footage of you talking.
Yes.
Right? You're not
Agreed.
You're not a hidden voice out
That's
there.
True.
Yeah, and this fucking guy complaining about, oh, you didn't sit me down, you took clips of me elsewhere where I'm speaking in context about what I believe. Meanwhile, he's fucking quote swiping scientists like they're saying that that like you can't really trust any scientific conclusions as if they believe that. Remember, he did this, right? And he took his guest who's sitting in front of him out of context with those clips. He's willing to do all that, but he wants to complain that this documentary took video of him, I'm guessing, in context, saying what he believes as like that's a problem.
Right.
So my question to you would be, and because around this issue, I mean, I know
just to be clear. Yeah. So when I communicate this to the film director, are you going to say that the body of videos of you speaking publicly and passionately about what you are sure is true, that is insufficient to communicate
how you actually... It would be insufficient if it isn't providing the science with which I reference and the data that I reference. You talk about data sets.
By the way, other people sat down for interviews because we don't have reams of footage of them speaking with huge rooms of people. You have the charisma and the platform and all of that.
And look, if I see the graphs and I see the articles and I see my statements about Horton saying things like, we can't trust the peer-reviewed science around things, and the point that I'm making, and also the point being this, that I think this is being misunderstood in some ways, because though there is a consensus of science, there's a consensus of science around the fact that penicillin has been a life-saving, product for the world. But can I be safe to say that you wouldn't mandate that everyone that gets an infection get penicillin?
So
you wouldn't.
Oh my god, this. Oh, that. God damn, he can't really be this stupid, can he? Yeah, not every infection is penicillin a good response to, but vaccines aren't responsive. They're preventative. You don't give someone if penicillin was something you could give someone in advance to protect them from getting like chicken pox, then yes, but that's not how it's used. But to pretend like, oh, well, just because this treatment doesn't apply to literally everything, doesn't that make it ridiculous that some things don't apply to as a vaccine for the thing they're a vaccine for? Like, oh my god.
There's a whole separate question there about what is your
Like,
responsibility
he can't be
to
this
public
stupid,
health?
right? He knows what he's doing.
And that has to do with what kind of country we want to have for ourselves.
Yeah.
The history of public health, it goes way back. I mean, to ancient Rome. But
Like, does he also think penicillin is nonsense because you can't use it for literally any infection? Like, does he not understand that that and it's also like we don't use the measles vaccine as a vaccination against like smallpox. Does that make it nonsense? Like, what the fuck is it? Yeah, I mean, obviously he can't be this stupid. He's doing it on purpose, right?
in modern times, we can think of London when they figured out how to create sanitation, and you participate in this. Yeah, huge. Probably the hugest thing.
I think bigger. I think toilets are bigger than vaccines.
Yeah,
I think actually when we're going to talk about greatest invention,
plumbing,
right? Plumbing, massive.
You didn't throw it out the window. So these are steps towards public health, and so that's a whole other conversation. Well, all science can do is provide.
It is, and I want to have that conversation with you. But I just want to see if we can meet in one place, which is. And I'll just cut to the chase. Penicillin can't be given to everybody, right? There are some people that have a potentially deadly reaction to penicillin.
As I understand, yes.
So if we were to mandate a product like that on everybody, it has a massive overall benefit.
Okay, I'm just gonna go out a limb here. Can't find it. But I have to assume there's no fucking way that you are required to get the MMR vaccine or any vaccine if you're literally allergic to it. So this is absolute nonsense, right? Part of the purpose of vaccines is to get to the point of herd immunity so that enough people in the population can be certain not to have the disease so that people who can't take the vaccine, like people who are allergic or have who are immunocompromised or so on, don't have to worry about it because they're surrounded by people who exclusively can't give it to them. So no, if you're allergic, I'm pretty sure you don't have to take the drug. So to be like, well, we don't give penicillin to people who are allergic. Why do we give them the vaccine to people who are allergic? We don't. But obviously he's being dishonest, right? He's trying to say, look, there is this caveat, imply that there isn't the caveat for the thing he takes issue with, and also imply that there should be extra caveats because this one exists. Like, this one makes sense, therefore we should have exceptions for the things that don't make sense. It's extremely dishonest.
But there are some that will not benefit. And the argument and where I'm at is that there is a giant consensus of science that only wants to focus on the benefit of a product and not the fact that there's this small, potentially, we don't know exactly how small because it's hard, as you've said, to get funding into the science of what the size of this.
No. What he said was application. But also when these things are funded, like with Andrew Wakefield's garbage paper, they can't find what they're looking for. Even with even while being paid millions of pounds, if I remember correctly, it's the equivalent of millions of pounds today, or be paying a large amount to find what he was looking for, could not find it. But no, we're gonna act like, okay, whatever.
So you know what we need?
That,
which we might not have in every case? A little test kit. and test your. We do it for allergies. We can test your allergy.
Absolutely.
Are you allergic to
How
strawberries?
about
without you
in
having to eat a strawberry?
California, there are kids that can't even test out of getting a vaccine when they show titers to the actual virus. We've tried to push laws like just allow a person to say, I'm showing that I'm still immune to this. Why should I have to get this vaccine if I already have strong immunity? Things like that I like to talk.
Well, it's not the same.
Unless the bug mutated. I mean, so.
But the vaccine hasn't changed either. I mean, you could admit that none of the MMR vaccine we haven't seen that change.
Oh, he's talking about if they still have the immunity to the MMR. Oh my
at
God.
all either. So it would be just as archaic as this immune system was. But I don't want to get into.
No.
I just want to say this thing, and I don't want you to respond. I don't want to get into it. I just want to say it, and I just want you to tell me I'm wrong about it. I just want to say again, like he's going out of his way to minimize Neil's ability to argue against the nonsense that he's spouting.
I think, again, I don't want to speak out of turn here, but if a disease is mostly gone, the occasions for it to mutate are dramatically diminished. So that a vaccine that worked at one point, when it is not rampant around the world, would conceivably continue to work as you move forward. Something that is rampant around the world has unlimited occasions to mutate.
Well, let me just show you a couple of data on measles, because I know that the film revolves around Rockland County, New York. I did go to speak to the Hasidic Jewish community there. I don't think that that's a fair assessment of a measles outbreak. And this is me with,
there you go.
There is.
Yeah,
I mean,
there you go.
That's about how much attention I was getting in the middle of a measles outbreak. But I will tell you this, that outbreak wasn't a natural one. These people were being kept out of synagogues over Passover. They're really honestly being oppressed and quarantined, which is a scary thing in the United States of America to see this community especially. But I will say this, they were going out of their way to have measles parties so that they could catch the measles. So never again would the government of the United States.
Oh my God, he's so dishonest. I just like, what is he talking about? I was like, were they being quarantined because they had the measles? No. He's talking about the stay-at-home orders for COVID to try to stop people from dying, and acting like that was specific to this community and therefore it's like oppressing Jews in the Holocaust. Like, holy fuck. Legitimately, like, I know you like I don't want to like be too specific with my call out. Legitimately, how did you hear this and think he was being honest at all? Like, I know, like, you sent this to me, and you like, you know who I'm talking to, the person who sent this to me. How did you watch this and not think he was being absurdly dishonest? Oh, he's not talking about the COVID lockdowns. Then what the hell is he talking about? Is it because there was an outbreak of the measles and they were being quarantined for it was that they were being quarantined for? And if that's the case, then no, it's not oppression. It's trying to protect people from an outbreak of a deadly disease. It's the same thing. There were lockdowns for the Jewish community a few years ago. Was that in relation to the measles outbreak? But even still, even if it's not the COVID lockdowns, even if he's talking about, okay, this Jewish community, because they use their religious exemptions against vaccinations, which, by the way, is like you assume so, you don't know much about it. Okay, but like, if you're not going to immunize yourself and you're going to put at risk all these people for like, if you're going to put people at risk when you contracted this disease, then yeah, like, the trade-off has to be that you can't go out and just like infect whoever you want. And he's acting like this is oppression. The same thing still applies. It's still highly dishonest.
The states keep them out of their own synagogues and keep them off the streets and fine them. They said, let's just catch this virus. So it's a very unnatural experiment that was going on. It has nothing to do with nature. But Disneyland was a little bit more natural, which happened in California. And I just want to run through some stats for you, because I don't think the whole story is being told. This is right from the California CDPH. I just want to point out what they know about this when we look at it. When we look at the age distribution and hospitalization status of California measles outbreak cases, this is what we know, that 53% of those were adults. Now, the film states, even in the trailer and in the Hollywood...
So something to note is that actually, this is really interesting. You can even see what the numbers he's talking about here. So this is in 2014, 2015. 20 years before that, was when Andrew Wakefield did his little paper and had his scare in Britain in 1995. So those people that are the majority, the largest group are people who, 5 to 19 and 20 to 29. You can see right here on the data he's showing in front of you. These people would be the majority. This would be the largest group impacted by the anti-vax wave, by the parents refusing to vaccinate their children against, in particular, measles. This is the exact kind of thing that shot in the arm is supposed to talk about, because because that researchers seem to think that it was related, and I can believe that as well. It seems pretty likely, given even the data we're seeing here. The majority, like the largest groups of people who got it, were in this age range. And in fact, actually, this is like crazy dishonest. He's saying, they're all adults because he's talking about above 20. But if you draw that yellow line in a different place, if you draw it one line below, more than 50% of the people were in age groups that, like, the 20 to 29 is a little annoying. Like, I wish they had done something like separated, like 20 to, like, if like 25 was the breakpoint or something like that, where we could see that bright line of where the scare started to happen. But more than 50% of people were in the age range where, yeah, he wants to say 53% of adults, but like, what's this? Let's get a calculator really quick so I don't like mess up the math. Right? It's we have 23 plus 18 plus 16 plus 11, 68%. 68% of people were of the age where their parents might have seen the vaccine scare and not immunize their children. Well, obviously, we don't know how many of these people were immunized or not. But like, again, the dishonesty of what he wants to look at and what he doesn't want to look at.
A reporter that somehow I am causing these outbreaks.
Yeah. Again, he even knows. He just said it. He even knows he's being scrutinized for this. So he wants to draw the line like, we're going to assume if you're 20, it couldn't be because of him, right? Because they're adults. But if you're 20, you were just born when when Wakefield was going nuts. And if you take and yeah, the fact that it's like only barely 50 above 50% when you include everyone above the age of 20 makes it seem like, there's a lot more grouping towards the bottom. Why is it that there's a greater percentage of people that are 1 to 4 years old than 60 plus? You know, even 1 to 4 years old, greater than, excuse me, 1 to 4 years old is greater than 50 plus. Maybe you do have something to do with it, but his only goal is to exonerate himself, not to find out what's true. He just wants to keep spouting his anti-vaccine bullshit.
Our philosophy is, but if it's 50% adults, at the very least, you have to say, I've only been here a few years. I didn't make these adults not vaccinate.
He's only been here a few years. Wakefield started this in 1995, and you're on board with his nonsense. So, like, maybe not you specifically, but this isn't their documentary isn't about you specifically. You just feature because now you're a face of it. It also features RFK Jr. They're not saying he's the only guy.
But when we go deeper into the data, what we find out is many of them were vaccinated. You know, when we look at this, we know that 31% were actually vaccinated, but there's an additional...
Hold on. You say 31% were vaccinated? So 69%, nice, were unvaccinated? So the vast majority? What? 70% were unvaccinated. So you want to focus on, like, yeah, some percentage of the vaccine failed, probably because of mutations due to the 70% that are unvaccinated. It's almost like vaccines work. And that the vast majority are unvaccinated is because they weren't protected. And the people who were vaccinated, remember, vaccines aren't like a booster shot from God that protects you with, like, the glorious divine protection against this disease. They're preventative measures that are pretty good, but also rely a little bit on most people not having new strains, and also aren't 100% preventative. They should make it less impactful than when you do get it, but they're not. This isn't like divine, never you can never get it no matter what the circumstances are. You're fine forever, don't worry about it. That's not what a vaccine does. That's not what a vaccine is. And to expect that is absurd. And to focus on 31% like it's a big deal as opposed to the 70% that got it that were unvaccinated is wild. Yeah, oh, and like 19% were for unknown reasons. I wonder if those unknown reasons were they believed the nonsense of people like this guy.
38% that they were unknown, and they all claimed, 20 of them claimed, 20%, I mean, half of them claimed to be vaccinated, and the other ones weren't sure. We had to assume in that age group they probably were. So we had about a 50% vaccine.
Oh, also the people that were unsure, you assumed were vaccinated? Oh, that's really scientific. Yeah, that's definitely how we do things. Yeah, we assumed they were because it makes our case look better. It just made sense for us.
Failure,
Yeah,
which is to your point. The vaccine isn't doing the job we thought, which is lasting for life. And then lastly, when we look at what strains were out there.
And I want to remind you, all of the most of the people who weren't vaccinated got measles. Some, all of this, like, let's see if this is, like, if it's actually our fault or whatever. This is to justify not getting a vaccine because nothing bad will happen to you if you get it. Like, he'll argue it's autism, which isn't linked to it whatsoever. There has been, as far as I'm aware, no credible evidence to link the two. But even if there were, autism isn't a bad thing. Not like this deadly disease.
30% of the cases in California were being caused by the vaccine itself, vaccine strain. Yet all of the news is that the anti-vaxxers, the unvaccinated babies, are the reason this outbreak is happening. I can tell you right there that is just simply not true.
Yeah, I misunderstood I misconstrued the data, so definitely I'm not wrong about this. And now that I've proven that I'm not wrong by lying to you, how do you respond to the fact that I'm right?
Failure is a huge part. You have the virus being caused by the vaccine is a huge part. Now,
virus being caused by the vaccine? You didn't even attempt to demonstrate that. Like, notice the things he's willing to try to demonstrate, and he's tries to sneak that one by. He knows he can't justify this shit.
I'm not saying that they should be blamed more, but what I'm saying is the entire conversation is not being held in public. And as you've pointed out, this other...
It's not being held in public with these publicly... this publicly available information.
That's a published paper.
That's published.
That's a published paper, but it's not being done in public. Yeah.
I would just say that part of it isn't being stated in this document.
How are you okay with being lied to this regularly? Like any fans of him, or like maybe watch this in the future or whatever. Like, how are you comfortable with how blatantly he's willing to lie to you?
Stated by the news. It's not getting the headlines. What's getting the headlines is the smaller group of the unvaccinated individuals, because that gets hyped.
And like he's complaining about like headlines not capitalizing on this. Headlines went absolutely nuts when Andrew Wakefield did his shit, and it was complete lies. So don't act like you don't, like the anti-vaxxers don't get news or whatever. The first guy who went off about it made mega bucks on his fame because of this.
Headlines, to your point, but it doesn't actually represent the overall problem that if we all sat at the table is a much more complex issue we should be discussing. Instead of lopping it all on, it's the unvaccinated children that cause the problem. No, actually, the biggest problem in the vaccine program is the waning of vaccine immunity. And that is something that the public...
Again, he didn't even try to demonstrate that. He spent the entirety of that lying about about the data that he actually presented, just so he could say no, it's not my fault. But he didn't even try to say he didn't even try to demonstrate what he's claiming now.
Coronavirus are only now recognizing in a propaganda space, as I would say, that vaccines are safe and effective, and they always work.
Now he's just notice he sneaks that in there again. He's just it's propaganda that vaccines are safe and effective. It's not a thing that we've demonstrated and in a scientific way. It's propaganda, and he's just sneaking that on through.
Short of actually letting the public know that there are real issues inside this vaccine program.
And I want to remind you, like, how long has it been since Neil got to say anything? He got to spout all that bullshit. How long has it been since Neil got to say anything? This is, again, like the circumstances in which he's sitting down. He's making sure he has all the power to just spout all his bullshit. That's probably why he didn't want them taking clips where he talks openly, and instead wanted to be able to sit down, because he's assuming a sit down conversation will be like this, where he has all this power. Though if the documentary people are trying to hold him to stuff, that interview probably wouldn't go well if they try to get him to talk about things in an honest way.
From the papers I read, the statement that a vaccine is safe and effective, that is always couched in a statistical representation of how safe and how effective. But
it's never presented by the news as you.
And Neil only gets to just starts talking before Dell cuts him off and breaks in with like, oh, but let me go into detail about this one part of what you said.
It never gets the first paragraph of the news article.
The statistics are glossed over.
Correct.
And so when they say safe, there's no adverse effects in some percent of the cases. When they say effective, that means it prevents hospitalization or recurrence in a percent of the cases. And you don't always see that.
And notice all the information we didn't get, right? Now that he's mentioning it, it was the kind of thing I was thinking, but I wanted to see all the information that this fucking snake would be happy with actually presenting. But like, he didn't tell us what percentage of those cases based on vaccination were hospitalized or not, what kind of effects they have or not. He put the picture of the little girl with the like breathing mask on her, so you like imply that you can imply that it's just all of them are like that. But he didn't tell us, it's very possible that the people who are vaccinated fared a lot better and had fewer negative outcomes. But we're just not going to find that information because he doesn't care. The only thing he cares about is demonstrating, like, look, I'm right, look, I'm right. He doesn't care about what's true, and he's going to select data that demonstrates his position and not give you a full accounting of what happened.
Part of the dialogue, but our brains are apparently not wired for this.
All I do is try and bring balance to this world to say there is a paragraph that is missing from this conversation. That is all I'm doing. As I am standing up for science and saying, I'm not making stuff up. I'm not emotionally getting into something. I am stating what are the known, that is the data that's being left out of these simplistic statements that vaccines are safe and effective.
And at best, you're lying by omission the whole time. At best. At worst, you're actively lying and cherry-picking information so that and possibly not even presenting accurate information. I don't actually know. I'll assume what he said, the data he's providing is accurate. But at best, you're cherry-picking what you're willing to present.
Effective. Actually, yes, they're safe for most potentially. But there's this group that no one wants to talk about that are really suffering, can't get any funding to look at what...
Even he doesn't really talk about how are they suffering? What suffering are they having? Is it that they're allergic? I'm pretty sure you're not required to get the vaccine if you're allergic. Are they being diagnosed with autism? Because that's pretty fucked up, actually. And that's probably why he's not willing to say it out loud. Because then he'd have to be like, yeah, autism is worse than the measles, which is pretty fucked.
What they do, because we have government agencies, we have an agenda to make sure that everyone's inspired to take this product that works against admitting we have a problem, because they're so afraid it's going to undermine the uptake of what is, could be considered a very important, world measure. And
he's just going on and on and on and
how
on.
we help.
Neil gets to say one sentence, he goes on
that keeps
and on
getting
and
ignored.
on.
So what you do...
This group who keeps getting ignored, which I won't define or explain how they're suffering, what do we do about them, whoever they are, whatever is happening to them?
You are a media force unto yourself, but you could talk to the media and say, when you report that something is safe, give the statistics for that.
This is where it's kind of breaking out, because Neil doesn't have the opportunity to answer it the way he needs to.
Most of the media, and I'm going to assume this documentary I'm in, will not put the stats that I just stated, will not put...
Oh, no, they probably won't lie about the information to their audience. That's true.
Because it has a bias. So we're living in a world that has a bias. It wants to show that the measles vaccine is great, which arguably may be, but not for some people. Not for some people.
But you said maybe.
Yeah, because he doesn't believe it. Yeah.
Rather than maybe. That's a bias in the very structure of your sentence.
I will say that we all suffer
constant
from bias.
bias.
I'll be the first to admit that.
Yeah, you'll say that we all, but in a disconnected sentence, then you'll go on to say, oh, but maybe they work, and also there's definitely this conspiracy that I'll hint at. Like.
Okay? What I'm saying is we need to bring our biases to the same table and find a middle ground. Now, I want to get back to the social
Yeah, but the middle
contract
ground between sense and nonsense is not where you should aim to land.
thing which you talked about. This is you on Patrick Bet David mentioned the social contract. Look at this.
If you want to get an abortion, get an abortion. If I want to get the vaccine, I get to choose. So you can't force. If I can't force you to get an abortion, you shouldn't be able to force me to
Because
get
it's not about you. It's about people you interact with, and that's the social contract of public
But
health.
we don't even know if the vaccine worked or not at the time.
Yes, that's what the trials are, dude. That's why these trials. What, are you missing data out there?
But let me ask you a question. Are we saying only one type of scientists are right?
No, we're saying that the system in place.
The sick.
Yeah, notice how even this guy, it's the way these anti-vax types operate. He changed the subject 3 times in 3 questions. It was, why should I be isn't it the same as abortion? Shouldn't I have a choice? Oh, but why can't, how do we know it works? Oh, but aren't you saying only some scientists are right? The second and third question had nothing to do with the previous discussion. The only thing he's trying to do is the same thing Dell's trying to do, is he's just trying to sow doubt. That's the only thing he cares about. It doesn't matter what's true. He just needs to make you doubt enough things where suddenly if you're asking enough questions, even if they've been answered well, you're just going to remember these doubts and then start to be like, oh, when I add all of these up, it sounds like we don't know anything about anything, and therefore anything can be true. But it's not. That's not how things are. That's not how the world works. Just because you can ask 3 questions doesn't mean those are reasonable questions to ask.
16,000 that signed that.
No. The system in place to test vaccines. There's an entire system that's in place. That with review boards and all of this.
And the average.
That's in place. Now you can say what you can say is, I have a better idea than all these review boards and all these agencies and the CDC. I have a better idea. Here's what you should do, and that would have made everything better. Okay, you can put forth that idea, but what I'm saying is, in a case where you can contaminate someone else, it's not about you. It's about the collective.
You're assuming
health.
So this is something that the analogy I think of when it comes to this is imagine if someone just strapped a bar of uranium to their chest and walked around day to day in the world. And you might say, oh, you shouldn't be allowed to do that. And they're like, isn't it my freedom to walk around with this thing? And the people around you will be like, well, no, because the radiation is killing people. You're spreading it outwards, and the fact that it affects you most doesn't really matter. You're having impacts on other people. We would probably say that person probably shouldn't be allowed to do that. And they will scream all the same things. All the same things that anti-vaxxers will say. They'll say, oh, it's oppression, it's a mandate, why do I have to be forced to do something with my own body? Shouldn't I have a choice? It affects me. And none of that would matter, because ultimately you don't only affect you, especially with something like communicable diseases.
You're assuming because somebody can take the vaccine, won't get COVID, which, by the way, I don't need to play the clips for you to see it where everybody said, hey.
No. He is observing that people who get the vaccine are less likely to get COVID and are far better served, have far better outcomes than people who are unvaccinated who get COVID.
If you get it, you're not going to get. If you take the vaccine, you're not going to get a Rachel Maddow, Joe Biden. I can give you.
Look, it's the exact thing he was talking about statistics. You're this guy is doing it perfectly, right? He could look at statistics. Instead, he's like, I thought of 2 people who were vaccinated and got it. Therefore, it's nonsense. That's what he's saying, right? And that's how all of this conspiracism works. Is I saw 2 examples. Therefore, I can extrapolate, even though I know that our brains are bad at that. Even people who know it, will still do this thing. But no, one example where a bad thing happened, or where they still got it. Do you know that they were worse off because they had the vaccine? What if they would have died if they hadn't got it? You have no idea, and you don't care, and you don't care about the fact that about the numbers as far as who's more likely to get it, or who's more likely to be adversely, or who's more likely to have better outcomes. None of that matters because you can point to the 2 people that you can think of.
Fauci, I can give you, and you've seen these clips before. It's not like
Oh,
you've never seen
50
it before.
people. How many people are in the United States?
Well,
How
hold on.
many?
So,
How many people got vaccinated?
the strain evolved, okay, so that the vaccine that prevented you from catching COVID was tuned to the variant of COVID at the time the vaccine was designed, okay? Over time, there were variants that arose. The vaccine provided partial protection against the new variants, enough to keep you from dying statistically, and to
Already
basically
enough.
keep
Already a good thing, right? That should be enough. But no, like to these people, like no, that it kept me from dying is like who cares?
you out of the hospital.
So, you know,
They
interesting
act like
points,
that's
good
the
points.
same thing. That notice again how this guy talk, like he acts like getting COVID is the same thing no matter what. Like that you didn't die isn't relevant to him.
Is there any part of that you know, science is always shifting? That's January. I don't want to hold you to it. Does that stand up? Is that still how you?
That's what
would
you
answer
took from that?
question?
What I would say is rolling the clock back
Yeah.
to March 2020.
Yeah.
What should have happened, which is easy Monday morning quarterback, just
Yes,
look back
sure.
at the, you know.
Of course.
Okay.
That's what we all have this opportunity. I think it's an important time to take this.
So what should have happened at every step is the CDC comes out and says, here's what we know, and here are the statistics of what we know. So that if we are a completely free country and you're not concerned about possibly contaminating someone else, if you're a
And he's not.
carrier, if you're really not concerned, you don't care about that.
He doesn't.
You can make a statistical judgment, except we're not really taught statistics anywhere K through 12. But, oh, by the way, will you allow me one conspiracy theory?
Sure.
I have one.
Okay.
You ready? Okay. Where does state lottery money go?
I'm told it goes to schools.
Schools,
and things
schools
like
and
that.
education.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's look at K through 12. Do they teach statistics? They don't. Okay.
Okay, that's pretty
This is a huge irony.
Am I onto something there?
You're
Okay.
onto something.
I think I'm
there.
onto
Okay.
something.
Okay.
They don't
There
want
we
to teach
go.
it, otherwise no one
Right.
will play the lottery.
Okay, for it.
So at every step,
Yeah.
it's this is the percentage of people that didn't get it. This is the percentage of people that still got COVID,
Right.
and this is a very impressive percent. Okay.
Right.
And then you keep moving this down, all right? And then we talk about masks, and we talk about this would be, then you get the best available data as it comes
Okay,
out. And so that at any turn, you say, because there might not be an occasion to
Agreed.
duplicate studies.
And
because public
as
health
you said, we're in a
is
crisis.
unfolded.
The
It's
thing is going, you know.
Right. So there should be a weekly set of charts.
That
But
everyone
there
can
wasn't.
see.
Everybody can see.
We never
But
saw
there
the
wasn't.
charts, and I was complaining
Because
about
I
this
don't think
from the
anyone
beginning.
made the
here's the
charts.
Well,
conspiracy.
there were some
again.
charts. There was charts happening in Israel. There's charts happening around the world. We were getting charts. They just weren't being shown to us. Now, what I want us to be...
We were getting them, they just weren't being shown to us. What? Then how did you get them? But it's just the conspiracism.
in this
again.
point is you make this point about the social contract, and I don't have a lot more time with this. So we're going to just sort of wrap this up in here in saying that ultimately
Now he wants to wrap it up. Notice like the vast majority of this was him lying about shit and Neil being not given opportunities to respond in any meaningful way. He even in this most recent interchange, Neil was starting on something. And Dell's like doing the back and forth of conversation. He's like, "Oh, we got to move on." He hadn't even finished his point. He didn't even finish what he was trying to talk about. Honestly, like that other video of like what Neil deGrasse Tyson should have said probably was like, well, I'm guessing is going to be like, well, if he had time to say literally anything of substance on the matter that they were actually debating, which is the vaccine stuff, which he just repeatedly was not given the opportunity to. Again, anyone who likes this guy, how do you not see how dishonest that is? You're not letting the guest you brought on who disagrees with you give substantive responses? It's kind of telling, isn't it?
this is what we now know about. You said they had a system in place. They were designed. They have the regulatory agencies testing all of it, right?
Yeah.
Well, we have Robert Roos of the European Union. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, that asked the top executive at Pfizer about the testing of does it stop transmission. This is what she said just recently.
Okay, he gets to present all this stuff.
The Pfizer COVID vaccine tested on stopping the transmission of the virus before it entered the market. If not, please say it clearly. If yes, are you willing to share the data with this committee? And I really want a straight answer, yes or no, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you very much.
Regarding the question around, did we know about stopping immunisation before it's entered the market? No. We had to really move at the speed of science to really understand what is taking place in the market. And from that point of view, we had to do everything at risk.
This made shocking
Not sure I
headlines the
understood
world
that.
over that they weren't actually testing whether the vaccine could stop transmission, which I think, now you're asking me to sign.
Wait, but what is that? Okay, but why is that really important? Right? If they're only testing to see if it reduces the impacts, then okay, that's like again, this is coming from a position like it seems like he's coming from an understanding that a vaccine needs to be this like magical force field against the disease, and if it doesn't do exactly that, it's not useful. Like we know that you have better health outcomes if you were vaccinated and got COVID as opposed to if you were unvaccinated and got COVID. We know that. But like he has to retreat to, well, they didn't know it could stop if they weren't even they didn't know if it could stop transmission. That only matters if he thinks this is a magical force field, which is not what it is.
And a social contract based on I'm going to protect my neighbor, and we're finding out inside the trials they did no such thing. They made no attempt. So this 95%.
Oh, I see.
Really
It's like protecting the people around you
or
thing.
an assumption about some data that they wanted to be true, but we.
I mean, you could also just say step 1, make sure people don't die when they get COVID. Step 2, reduce transmission. But like, okay, sure, whatever, buddy.
Didn't actually have testing going on to test transmission.
Transmission is different from whether you are affected by it. So those are two different things.
They are different. They are different.
Yeah.
But you're being affected about is just how sick I'm going to get. The social contract can never, as far as I'm concerned, the United States of America, be about my own personal health and decision.
Well, this is where you're fucking wrong. Like, and you know you're wrong. If it's like, oh, I'm allowed to do whatever I want as far as my own health goes, then like, why are there people trying to prevent suicides? Like, really think about it. Like, that's the ultimate decision about my own health, right? But the police will come to try to prevent you from killing yourself because it's a good thing when people don't kill themselves. It's also a good thing when huge portions of the population don't die to COVID. We were worried about a global pandemic wiping out huge portions of the population. This is already the largest mass death event in the United States history, other than like world wars, if I'm not mistaken. Like, it was something like a quarter of a billion people died. Like, how? Hold on, I'm gonna look up. Okay, according to the WHO, the United States had 1.12 million deaths. A million people, more than a million people have died to this disease. Do you really think, like, that's with this vaccine preventing other people from dying? But let's just say, like, that was the maximum possible that could have died. Do you really think, like, that's a good thing that a million people, like, that's a big problem for our country? And we didn't know, like, what if it could have been twice as many? That would be unlikely, I think. But maybe it could have been more than that. I don't know. You think if another million people had died, that wouldn't have been a big deal? It's not just your health. Even in the cases where it's just your health, it's not just your health. And you might want to say, like, okay, you can make decisions for yourself or whatever because they didn't know about transmission. But, like, step 1, minimize people dying. Step 2, stop transmission is very reasonable. And you can't point to any negative outcomes because COVID vaccine deniers have been trying to for years, and all I've ever heard is anecdotal bullshit.
I make for myself. If I want to jump out of a plane with a parachute on, you don't have to do that, but I would do that. The only time a social contract comes in place is when I am somehow responsible with what's going to happen to you. So to not be testing whether or not I'm going to keep from infecting you with this vaccine and then going out and telling the world it's not.
Oh, and by the way, and again, even if it's just like it reduces like the impact that it has on you, that I like if it's not able to like manifest new strains in part because of that, like that's probably a good thing too. I don't know if that's how that works. So maybe that's not an issue. But like
And effective at keeping me from giving it to you. I
don't think that's what they said. I thought you just said it's 95% effective of you to not get it. That's strange.
Then what social contract is there to make? If that's all that it is, then what responsibility do I have?
So what you can do at that point, if we don't otherwise have the data, you can say, I don't think I'll ever catch it, even sitting right next to someone who has it, even though I'm vaccinated. You could say that, I guess, but
or you could say I'm perfectly fine catching it.
Also, like you have to remember when someone is less affected by the disease because they're vaccinated. That's not just like, oh, they felt less sick. That means they're laid up for less time. That means they're not clogging up hospitals. The number of people who would have died if our hospitals go to overflowed would have been insane. And that's an impact you have on other people. If you say, oh, I'll also won't go to a hospital. Well, if you're just comfortable with dying, you can just do that on your own. You don't need to involve like conspiracism and trying to stop other people from preventing themselves from dying and trying to convince other people to die with you. You don't need to do that. That's not necessary.
That I know that immunity from infection has throughout history in every single circumstance up until this point, and is proven to be true with the COVID vaccine. The natural overcoming natural infection makes my immunity last longer, is more durable, more robust, and there's not a vaccine that has ever outperformed the natural immune system.
I don't know that. I can't.
That's probably not true, but this is again where like this is a instance of again the circumstances, the situation in which they're in. Dell can like pull up all statistics that he wants, any references he wants. He has it prepared in advance. Neil has no way of checking this nonsense that he just said, and why would he come prepared with it? How he has no way of knowing that Dell is going to spout this specific nonsense. But Dell is happy to like trot out his own statistics and whatever, and put Neil in a position where he couldn't possibly do the same.
That is the case, but you can look into it. I want to bring up, though, another problem.
Oh, it's true. You can look into it. It's not true, and it doesn't matter if you looked into it.
I'm an astrophysicist. Why you?
Because you sat for two reasons. You're an executive producer on a documentary about me, which puts you in this space.
It's not about you.
Sitting on
fucking the fucking narcissist. It's not about you. You are included. You are part of it. It's about vaccines and conspiracism. I haven't even seen it, but what you showed about it made it clear. You were featured because you're a big figure in that movement at the moment, but it's not about you.
Podcast and putting out tweets about the science of vaccines.
Yes.
So that means
it was consensus science.
But you are putting yourself forward as someone that is knowledgeable in this space.
I'm giving the people who might not otherwise have access to the consensus
your
knowledge.
Perspective of the consensus knowledge. And I am
notice now he's building it in again. Your perspective of the consensus knowledge. Now he's trying to tear down the concept of like, oh, you couldn't possibly know what you're talking about. Person who is a scientist and looked into this for this documentary. I, layperson who is a conspiracy, who's like making conspiracy bucks on, grifter bucks off of conspiracism. I know better than you. That's the whole point of this.
Simply challenging your understanding or asking, how did you get that knowledge? Did you read the emergency use authorization put out by the FDA?
So notice he asked two questions. The second one is a yes/no. So if Neil answers that one, he's not answering the first one, and he can leave the uncertainty in the air for his audience. Again, anyone who watches this guy, like, doesn't it bother you how dishonest he's being about all of this?
No is contagion, right? So in other words,
and he didn't even finish a sentence. He didn't even finish like a thought, and Dell's jumping in there.
Yes, did you read the emergency use
authorization? Yep, back to the yes or no. Back to the yes or no. That's not the point of what he's talking about, but it's back to the yes/no.
Did you read the emergency use authorization
yes, I did.
that the FDA put
Not
out?
long ago, right?
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you aware that it said we were unable to prove whether or not this stops transmission? This is it, where it said data are limited to assess the effect of the vaccine against transmission of SARS-CoV-2 from individuals who are infected despite vaccination. So this idea that you're saying the variant is why it, but we didn't know
So why
what
not?
variant
Okay,
it mattered for.
so at that point, you
Oh,
left
and as a
this-
reminder, I just remembered because I was thinking back to like the whole thing about, because I know there wasn't any pushback as to like, oh, you have the right to your own health outcomes or whatever. I want to remind people that there was this kind of a weird, it was kind of surprising, but a large group of nurses who didn't want to take the COVID vaccine. I'm sorry, if there's a huge outbreak of a deadly disease and people are dying, if the people who are taking their own, just taking their own chances with a vaccine or like as to whether to get a vaccine or not, and maybe they'll just die and that's on them. If those people are medical health or like medical providers, if those are people working and making sure other people don't die, it's definitely not just you. We could have had, like, imagine the world where we have that, where we have all these nurses dropping dead of COVID because they just didn't want to get vaccinated, and it's like, oh well, it's just them. But also now we don't have enough nurses, and now other people are dying in our overfull hospitals because this conspiracism went rampant.
some choices. You can
You are.
say, well, hold on. You can say, I will never get the disease at any. I'm vaccinated, okay, or sorry. If I'm not vaccinated and I can't be vaccinated for some other physiological reason, and you have COVID, I don't want my life.
Oh, and a reminder to everybody, sorry, because we're talking about it like that. There is no vaccine. There's no COVID vaccine mandate. There is, I think if you're an employee of the government, they, as your employer, require you to be vaccinated, which is not the same thing as a mandate. But you as an individual person can choose to be vaccinated or not, and if there are repercussions to your career, that is a different issue. Now, the actual thing is like, no, employers should be disallowed from hiring and firing based on your likelihood to infect and kill their staff. That's a different thing.
Put at risk because of you.
You're allowed to make that decision. That is your choice to make.
But there are people in society for whom this is the case.
What is the case?
The case where I can't be vaccinated because I have some pre-existing medical condition.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up.
Prevents it.
Yeah, he thinks that should be, because there are people with reasonable exceptions, his unreasonable ones should be accepted. But what Neil is trying to say is, no, they're relying on everyone else to not be transmitting the virus to them.
And so now you.
You can see the smirk on his
and then
face,
you
like,
spread
my
it to-
next
No,
dishonest
that's
point.
part of a-
I'ma
but
get it.
isn't that part of a
He's so
social
excited.
contract?
Well, I agree.
Yeah.
I have a problem with what the vaccine actually does. What we actually now know it does is it masks your symptoms. It takes your symptoms away so that you don't end up in the hospital. If it's going to do the one.
He's acting like, oh, that's just, who cares? It just masks the symptoms. One of those symptoms is you'll die, but like, who cares? Who cares? It's not even a big deal. It just masks the symptoms. It's not like, it basically doesn't do anything. If that's all it does, then who cares? You won't end up in the hospital. Like, that's a big deal. That's what he's doing right now. Like,
They promise it
this
does.
guy.
Sure.
So what it actually does is it turns you into an asymptomatic carrier, where you might be sick and stay home and not infect that immune-suppressed child that's walking around. You're walking around thinking you're perfectly fine. So the vaccine is actually more dangerous than the social contract.
It's more dangerous. This guy just went, you won't end up in the hospital, and that's more dangerous. One after another. And you want to tell me that he's being honest? Okay.
Because I am walking around with a disease I do not know I have. If the product does what they promised it does, you just turned this person into the biggest problem we were all told this was about, was asymptomatic carriers. If it does not stop infection, if it does not stop transmission.
It's funny too, because the anti-COVID vaccine people are the people who go off about like asymptomatic spread is not really a concern.
It only protects me from symptoms. I'm actually being turned into a potential killer for that immune-suppressed person that's walking around out there.
I don't know.
And I've been robbed of the only.
It would be
signal
better if
have.
I
don't know
died.
the risk.
Fucking
I can't
dipshit.
comment. I don't know the risk of you being asymptomatic and then not, or transmitted or not. I just don't know that risk.
But you are aware that the reason we're all masking and social distancing was there was this problem with the virus that I could be walking around that didn't know I had it.
Yes.
It was a concern,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And we thought the vaccine was going to end that, and instead it causes that even deeper. So if that was a concern, we don't know at what level. We know that was the reason for lockdowns, masks, and the vaccine ending this thing.
Okay, we can say so much after the fact, and I'm saying at the time, you want to err, I presume, on the side of caution. Why not? Why wouldn't you do that?
And remember, we're talking about this like there is a vaccine mandate. There's not.
Okay, because we had a product that when we looked at it, every animal trial.
And remember, this guy extrapolates to all vaccines. So like these kinds of discussion, like these kinds of details don't matter when he's talking about measles or what or whatnot. It only comes up with the COVID issue. But he's against vaccines where these concerns are like not the same, you know. He doesn't actually care about the truth of the matter. He just wants to be against vaccines, you know.
Of a coronavirus vaccine for nearly 15 years since the original SARS coronavirus.
We had a product.
This, I said, the world. I mean, we is the world.
Who's we?
Pharmaceutical companies around the world.
He means the conspiracy
are attempting
group,
to make
right?
a product for this virus and having serious problems. Animals dying because of antibody-dependent enhancement, immune enhancement, an issue that even Peter Hote has stated in front of our Congress. There's this little pesky problem with upper respiratory vaccines that sometimes the vaccine enhances the disease and helps the disease kill the person. So under those circumstances, on my
So now he's having it both ways, right? Like he's saying like, oh, it's not a problem because like the asymptomatic spread becomes a problem because of the vaccine because it reduces the effects that it'll have on me. But also, in addition to reducing those effects, and now I can walk around and not have to be hospitalized. In addition to doing that, it also makes it worse. Notice he has it both ways on this.
my show, I said that is a serious risk. And when I looked at the emergency use authorization, they brought up a disease enhancement, and they said, we didn't really look for it in this trial. We have no idea of telling you whether or not that could happen. So right there is a perfectly good reason why I wasn't going to take it. But I want to be clear in this social
And you know what's neat about that is that you didn't have to take it. Notice how there's not a mandate. But also it'd be better if you did take it. Well, maybe not. Maybe it'd be better if this guy encountered all of what happens the worst of what happens when someone gets COVID, so he can talk about how much better it was.
This is John Ioannidis's stats on the actual death rate of this virus, because it is what defines whether or not we're in a social contract. Is how dangerous is this? The Brownstone Institute put up his data. This is what we now.
Yeah, first of all, the fatality rate isn't the only thing, but also the fatality rate of COVID is worse than like the flu, where we have vaccines that come out every year for it because it's a problem. And here's some of the numbers. Mortality analysis by Johns Hopkins. It varies by country. In some countries, it's 5%. If you have a 1 in 20 chance, you could roll a 20-sided die. On a 1, you die. You want to do that? Anyone want to sign up? No?
Now know about this virus. Ages 60 to 69, the fatality rate was half of 1%. Below that, it's
Brownstone Institute. I'm curious. All right, Brownstone Institute. Closer look at the mortality. I hope. Yeah. Okay. Cool. This is exactly what we're talking about. Neat. Just a quick check. October 23rd, 2022. So after a significant amount of time of people being vaccinated. I wonder if this really low number has anything to do with how many people have been vaccinated against this disease and have had better health outcomes because of that. I wonder. It's interesting that we're looking at the data now You want to look at it when people weren't vaccinated? There's a lot of deaths.
Starts dropping down into zeros. When we look at children, 0.0003% is their risk of dying, yet we have a much higher risk of myocarditis, pericarditis.
He says for infants, ages 0 to 19. Okay. No, the mortality rate was low even before the vaccine came out. Let's see. Interesting. It was low. It was a low mortality rate. It's 12.9%. There's a low mortality rate? You can go look up this article if you want.
All of these things, and so I think science is irresponsible if it decides to not only allow everyone to get a product when children and everybody below the age of 40 probably have no need to get it whatsoever.
To get what?
Get the vaccine. No need to get it.
Notice he pointed at the people 0 to. Oh, I guess it could have been lower than that, but yeah, I don't know.
Is so low that in a low-risk space, to do scientific studies that show that you have an advantage, there would be very difficult.
Just to be clear, when was that study published?
That study was just published.
Right.
No, but let me point out that Johnny Anides published in October of 2020. He looked at this data from around the world very early, before the vaccine was here, across 51 locations around the world. The median COVID-19 infection fatality rate appears to be 0.27%. He's only
Also as a note, so let's do a little math. Let's just do a little bit of math. I would do this elsewhere, but I want to do it on Google so we can. So it was 7.88 billion. So we'll do. So that's 7 billion. So we have millions, thousands, hundreds, times 0.023. We'll take the low number. Do you think this many people dying is a problem? This is 181 million people. About double the flu? Yeah, that's pretty big deal. Remember when this pandemic started, but much higher than the flu, about double the flu. I mean, you can look at that article I just found where they were saying it's like 13%. Go to Contagion Live. We can see some of this stuff. Unfortunately, I'm just looking for these numbers, which is like, I know I'm just like doing a cursory glance. I mean, we're already into this for quite a while, so I don't want to take that long. Okay, here. COVID 33.6% versus about 6%. So yeah, investigators wrote the study was published in JAMA. Hold on. Let me just look up. Let me just look up the mortality rate of the flu. So it's about 3.8%. Also, I do not believe anything about this number, by the way. Like, this guy has been so willing to lie about data that he's sniping part of a sentence for this. Makes it very suspicious, is what I'm saying. Especially since none of what I've found so far is corroborating that. Risk of patient death. Oh, this might be the actual article. Oh, here's the actual article. Yeah, okay. So if you want this article, here it is. You can go look it up. Yeah, about double the percentage. So, yeah, here it is. You can think it's not if you want. That's up to you.
Only off ultimately ends up being about 0.35%.
Sure.
And so my question was in the very beginning.
Yeah, I've no like if these are the numbers I'm finding in like published papers that like that are pretty recent. Seems like there's been all. I mean, I know he wants to. This is why he wants to throw out half of science, right? He wants to say half of papers are nonsense, so he can throw out shit like this. But if everything I'm finding is giving way higher numbers than the 0.23% he's talking about, I think I have reason to be suspicious of his data gathering, especially for how dishonest he's been this far. I'm also a little bit curious now. So we have 7.88 billion people. That's times, what was it? It was about 6%. So what's 6% of that is 0.06. Here's 472 million people. I mean, they said a lot of things. They were giving out information as it was being able to be determined. Like, okay, I'm not going to argue with everything.
We were looking at data and saying this is a very low mortality rate, except for a very specific group of people over the age of 75 that make up about 6% of the planet. And so your social contract seems to be asking me to take a risk with a product that is mRNA has never been really
hasn't demonstrated the risk. Or sorry, the risk he's claiming actively contradicts what he was saying as it not being a problem, for what it's worth. Like, he was, yeah.
Isn't that your grandmother? Isn't this your grandfather? Isn't that the people you love?
But should 94% of the planet put themselves at risk with an experimental product when they're not even properly testing it?
So again, he's building in a lot of shit. It's not an experimental product. They did testing and study on it. They didn't just go like, let's see if it works. Just give it to everybody. That's not what happened. He's lying again.
Inside of the trials for the problems that it has, or whether it can stop transmission,
keeps you out of
or
the
whether
hospital?
it can protect my grandma.
Doesn't that matter to you as well?
You can give this product to my grandma and grandpa if they want to take it. It's up to them to take it.
It's up to you to take it. It's not mandated.
But to keep you out of the hospital. You're not a spring chicken, though you.
I said we can bring it back up at 53 years old. I accepted my risk at I think 0.1%, tenth of 1%, which is
like this is the only source that seems to have this number. It's like I don't know where they're getting this from and why. I know why he's picked this. Maybe it's talking about like that the fatality rate is like your chances to get it compounded with your chances to die or something like that. But it's pretty telling, like, I can point at the statistic. You have no access to contrary data. You couldn't present it here. Neil has to say the death rate is higher nebulously. Dell gets to present a number. Another, like, the circumstances are built to give Dell maximum power because I speculate, or by speculate I mean I know, he would absolutely be torn apart if Neil had the equivalent ability to contest his numbers and his claims and his talking points.
The flu. That's the same. We're in the rates of the flu. For everyone my age around, this is just a flu. Okay, and that is statistically
just a flu,
provable.
double the death rate.
So here's what you do.
And also we have vaccines for the flu. I mean, he probably hates those too, right? He's opposed to the measles vaccine, even though the measles kills people. Like he doesn't actually give a shit about the numbers. Everyone remember, he does not care.
Going to take a risk with a product that we have no idea.
Risk asterisk never demonstrated, or even he didn't even try to demonstrate it. He suggested it could be worse. That's as far as he got.
To have that conversation with a medical professional and not me.
Let me bring this up. There's a list
definitely not you. Notice he's not responding. We've gotten to the I unleash a cavalcade of nonsense at you part of the conversation.
Medical professionals, just take a look.
I'm talking about, excuse me, medical
Dr. Peter
professionals.
McCullough. No, I want to go through what happened
consensus.
Here. This is the problem.
Look, I can point to 7 cranks who agree with me. Look, it's true.
It's so huge, I can find you an astrophysicist who is sure we've been visited by aliens.
Yeah, do I want to like trot out the people with who have degrees that believe the Earth is flat? Do you want me to find those people? I can do it.
And this is the point I want to make.
It
died a death here, and I need you to help me save it. Because Dr. Peter McCullough is the leading cardiologist.
I don't care. Titles don't matter here.
But what should matter?
Don't matter.
See, finally he's like fed up with all the like you can just like pull nonsense out. It doesn't even matter if that person agrees. Maybe they do. Like probably, given that he's citing it, like the grift economy feeds into itself. But like this doctor that he's mentioning, and I don't like. It doesn't matter. Like he might not agree with Dell at all, but Neil would have no way of knowing that.
Should matter.
Consensus.
What should matter was that the consensus was not allowing to the table.
Then you bring that person here and have this conversation with them. Okay.
I have.
So you don't have to have the conversation.
And it was probably exactly as dishonest. I don't like how Neil is doing this because, like, yeah, he's the wrong, like, a little bit the wrong person to talk about here, to talk to about this with. But like, unfortunately, you are here, and to just run away from it does feel like it does come off as like you're scared about the truth that he's presenting you and whatever. Like, okay, now I see why there would be a video of like what you should have said.
I want science, and so here's what we have.
You want science, but you have put Neil in a position where he is incapable of providing it to you. Not because it doesn't exist, but because he has no tools like science doesn't exist in his brain. He'd have to do some investigation looking up the specific unique nonsense claims that because every conspiracist has their own set of claims, then you don't know what nonsense they're going to trot out until they start blowing it out of their holes. So he has no means of contesting any of this, but you want the science? Yeah, I bet you do, buddy.
We have Peter McCullough, world-renowned heart.
Yep. Now I got to go back to my list. Got to point at the names. Look at the people who say, "Look, all these people attempting the same grift as me."
Doctor saying, I am seeing.
Not even saying that they necessarily agree with him. Just like, oh, they have outspoken against COVID measures. COVID measures? Oh, interesting. So maybe they think like it wasn't super relevant to do this specific stay-at-home order, or maybe that could even mean they think we weren't strict enough. They could like, I'm not saying I did say this. Like, imagine a person who said, "Oh, the U.S. fucked up by not having a mandatory stay-at-home order for 2 weeks immediately and locking down the country entirely." Like, that person would be outspoken against COVID measures. He's even like, I don't like. Maybe these people all agree with him, but the fact that he's presenting it this way, at a minimum, is inoculating his audience, ironically enough, against future instances where he can lie to them about what these people believe.
Because of this vaccine. We have the leading ICU, second most published.
And he wants to go on and on and on about these people's credentials like it supports him.
Hear me out. I know you, all right? These have all been on my show. Dr. Robert Malone, part of the inventing factor behind the mRNA vaccine. All these people have been censored. They were shut down.
They've been censored literally on your show. Now, when people like this say censored, what they mean is like, they were banned from Facebook. That's not censorship, you fucking snowflake. Like, that's not what that means. And maybe they've gotten pushback from... You know who else has been censored? Andrew Wakefield. Because his doctorate was stripped from him after his fraudulent paper and his child abuse in his experiment. Is that censorship? No, that's an appropriate response to someone misusing their position.
They were kept from talking to the people in Washington. Johnny and Eve
was
putting out the data. Dr. J, I'll show you.
Okay.
Dr. J. Bhattacharya, Dr.
Yeah, he'll show you, but he needs to. I want to go through all. Like, remember, I have to make it seem. This is another thing conspiracy theorists do all the time, where they will take a long time to lay out all the. Like, he's taking a long time to lay out nothing, so it sounds like, look, I'm talking for longer, and I'm acting like it's evidence, so look how much evidence I have because it took me so long to say the names of all these people. Not talking about what they believe or what they think or why it's relevant or even what the evidence is that led them to this conclusion. He's just going to take a long time to say their names so he can pretend like there's all this evidence. They do this constantly.
Kinetric Gupta, Dr. Martin Koldorf, Oxford University.
Look at all these names I've memorized or are being piped into my ear.
Put together the Great Barrington
Almost certainly piped into his ear.
Approach towards this to say, let's protect that simple small group that we
protect from what, right? Like, remember, protect from what? There is no mandate. Protect from what?
protected and figure out a way the rest of us
It's
can
just the reason he says that. By the way, the answer to that question, the protect from what, is the conspiracy, right? This is the exactly the same thing of like he's trying to build a conspiracy. For that, you need the they, which you can make nebulous. You need the what, and you need the who is oppressed. And that last bit is why the conspiracy matters. But there's no who's oppressed here. Because he can't even point to the people who are like forced to take a vaccine, because nobody's forced to take a vaccine. There is no mandate. I guess the people like healthcare workers are required to, but that's for good reason, as we've already covered. But he needs to point at this. That's not who he's talking about, obviously. It's just to build the conspiracy. All he's doing.
A herd immunity around them. And the NIH, who's supposed to be objective on this, we now have internal email, because this is what I do. I actually put in FOIA requests.
He's just going on and on. Remember, he was going to get to what they were talking about? No, he's not. It's just about talking and going on and on and on, so that it sounds like you have all this evidence that's not being responded to.
About those people before
I get to push back on it because I get to pause him. But the reverse is what's happening in this conversation, where he gets to pause Neil.
Takedown of the premise being brought by these scientists. That was the approach to science. No other science can be allowed in here. You started this out by saying every challenge should come in, every way to say that we don't agree with the hypothesis. Maybe these people are saying,
I don't think that's what he said, but also remember how he was going to say what they think, and he didn't do that because he was lying? Yeah,
and there's a way through this. Or we should be tactical with the vaccine. All of these people were kept out of the conversation.
All I can comment.
What do you mean kept out of the conversation? You literally just showed their website and said they've all been on your show. So what the fuck do you mean they're kept out of the conversation? What you mean is that people didn't give attention to the cranks like you wanted them to. I'm sorry, that's not the same thing. You are not entitled to the attention of others.
Wanting me to sign onto a social contract where the scientific method isn't being used.
Okay.
Well, it is. That's another lie, and you're not giving any. Like, he's not going to give a chance to respond. Right?
Highly pedigreed medical professionals that you are citing.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in medical pedigree. I'm interested in medical consensus, in scientific consensus. The moment someone says, "Well, I'm of this highfalutin school or this,"
a useful thing that a friend of mine has told me I find is often true in a case like this is if someone ever starts a sentence as a blank, you can probably dismiss everything they're about to say. So as a doctor blank, probably they're gonna say some shit where they're leaning on you trusting their credential and not the truth of what they're actually asserting.
That's like, okay, that means they're going to say something that goes against the consensus, and they want to use that to help other people
exactly
follow
what
it is they
yep.
say. I'm just saying you need someone who represents a medical consensus here to have that conversation with.
We had a medical consensus around a product that we knew nothing about. And
we did not know nothing about it. Again, the lies, right? We knew actually pretty significant amount about it. What we didn't know, what all you could point to was we didn't know about the prevention against transmission. Notice again how he's lying to you. He told you we didn't know this one thing. Now that it's been a while, he's saying we knew nothing, and that's not true at all. They didn't just like toss a bunch of shit into a pot, stir it a bit, and just go like put that in people's arms. That's not how that worked. We knew things about it, and we knew even according to you a lot of things about it. But now you're gonna act like it's nothing because he's
around a virus
lying to you.
They knew nothing about. They kept telling us we know very little about it. So why was there a medical consensus that was keeping out renowned scientists from the...
So notice the premise is we knew nothing. As Neil's trying to push back on that, he's talking over him. And now that we've established, now that we just have that premise floating there, because that's true, isn't this ridiculous? But it's not true. And you didn't give Neil an opportunity to respond.
When they were telling us on television, we don't know a lot about this virus. We're trying to figure it out. Scientists that were on the ground, that were dealing with patients, were being censored, were being shut down. Their
being
YouTube
censored.
Being shut down.
You're just banning... The fucking snowflakery. I'm sorry. This is just not what censoring means. This is just not what that is. YouTube is not required to promote your positions. And you can cry as much as you want. When I didn't get my attention. I'm sorry. That's not you are not entitled. This would be like me complaining that Stanford University has never invited me to speak, and that's censorship. They've never invited me to speak. Well, that's censorship, isn't it? Aren't I entitled to their platform? No, they get to decide who they allow to, who they give access to their audiences and their platform. That's what's happening here. But they want to cry censorship because they're trying to, again, pretend there's a conspiracy.
Their LinkedIns are being shut down.
Because the individual scientist does not matter. We started this conversation on that very
remember,
fact.
Andrew Wakefield was an individual scientist.
Yes, of course it does. And the scientific method producing a consensus.
So again, it's sneaking. He's trying to sneak things past Neil thinking like a scientist. A scientist can only ever be 99.5% or so sure about a thing. And so you're saying, well, so they build into that like, oh, well, yes, someone could come up with something new, and this guy wants to sneak bullshit and nonsense into that 0.05% or whatever. He wants to sneak Andrew Wakefield in through that hole, and these other cranks in through that hole that is being allowed for uncertainty, but he's trying to cram nonsense through it.
And whatever is that consensus,
all right, then I'll tell you this.
It's kind of the best you have.
When I can look
cutting him off again
in the rearview mirror and said it while it was happening, that there is and by the way, all of the scientists I just showed proved to be right. They told you that this virus.
Are we going to demonstrate that in any way?
End this and would actually cause an endemic.
We don't even know what they said, let alone whether they were proven to be right.
You've now made people that cannot clear this virus and kill it. They're all asymptomatic carriers. That's all this vaccine keeps doing. So now
that's all it keeps doing. It's just keeping people from dying. That's all it does. Is it keeps people from dying. Isn't that bad? And also, while it's keeping people from dying, it's also doing the bad thing that I can't describe to all the people that I can't identify.
Virus. We didn't follow the same path we always have with every other illness, like former coronaviruses and most of the time
death
flus.
Rates are low. The hospitalization
they were the highest.
Is low. Things are fake.
For now. But as
now see now that he gets pushback of like, oh, it seems like there are better outcomes. Well, maybe in the future I'll be proven right, and we get to the last part of the conspiracism of maybe not the last part. We get to the next thing that conspiracy theories often have to do, in which is point nebulously to the future of like, well, because they're not right now, we can point into the future of I will be proven right nebulously in the future, and that time will never actually arrive, so I will never have to actually I will never actually have to address all the ways I've lied to people. Instead, it can be 40 years from now, this guy will be however old on his deathbed and will say, hey, look, it's all the things you said were going to happen didn't happen. And he'll be like, but later, and then he croaks, again, remember before when he was talking about he was alluding to all the bad things that are happening, and now he has to say, well, maybe later they'll happen.
These variants continue to be out there, and we are all worried that there could be a variant in the future that could be dangerous, but all that
and maybe bad things can happen. Maybe we'll all fucking die to this disease, but isn't it good that the harm I can't point to didn't happen to the people I can't identify? Isn't that worth all the death? Because remember, the distinction is not between the vaccine and nothing. It's between the vaccine and COVID, and what that was what was already doing and going to continue to do.
Said, in the end, what I am standing for is that there's no challenge being allowed. That the NIH.
Actually, I'm curious. Wonder if we can find this. Because a lot of these grifters, I don't even know how I'll find this. A lot of these types will claim to be unvaccinated, like be big on the anti-vaccine bullshit, but then also be vaccinated. Yeah, I don't really have a way of finding out, I guess. A really good example of this is Bill Maher, because he was going off, like, he's well, in this video from H Bomber Guy that I keep mentioning, you'll see that he has been a proponent of the link between MMR and autism, which doesn't exist, by the way, and been like anti-COVID vaccine or whatever, but also is vaccinated because it's like it's all a grift.
When it's telling us is objectively looking at a virus they're telling us they don't know much about, is pushing out top people in their field who are trying to get to the table.
Hold on, pushing out top people in the field. YouTube was taking them down, not the medical like cabal or whatever you're pretending exists. And saying top people, it's a little overselling it, right? Like, are they? Well, you just said like you just flashed the list of people on screen. Maybe we can look through it, but like I'm guessing not.
Trying to say there's something you're not looking at, and this. And when you want to talk about a problem, how about not funding to do that study again? How about not allowing into the room people with great perspective?
This question was so convoluted, I don't even know what he's asking at this point.
Okay.
To be a part of the conversation.
They're part of the conversation. You just said
unfolding in the rate at which this information is being shared, and some you had to go in and dig. Okay, fascinating that was necessary. All I can say is, just because someone, this is a general truth, not specifically here, but and it may apply here, but it's a general truth.
Yeah, because he has no way of contesting the claims about these other people because of the circumstance, but that isn't going to stop Dell from acting like it's true unless it's proven otherwise, even though Neil has no way of disproving it.
Just because an expert does not agree with the consensus does not mean the expert is correct.
True.
Okay? I just want to
You say true, but then you believe all of those people.
There's no greater source of YouTube clickbait than someone saying, as you go past it, everyone thinks this, but if you watch this video,
also
I will
true.
Tell you why they're all wrong.
This is why there's big grifter bucks.
Let me point you to the scientists. I want Deborah Birx, because this is what she's now saying.
Let me ignore everything you just said and point to another thing that I have access to because it's my show and you won't have the ability to properly respond to.
We're developing this consensus for us. This is what Deborah Birx.
No, again, you're giving me individuals.
I knew these vaccines were not going to protect against infection, and I think we overplayed the vaccines, and it made people.
If you knew that, then like, why weren't you saying something while they were in development? Notice they always come out after the fact, and like they weren't whistleblowers or whatever. They're always like, they weren't like making efforts in the side. They're always are like out here doing the Fox News circuit.
Then worry that it's not going to protect.
What do you want to bet
she's
going to sell her book?
And hospitalization.
I know that the vaccine wasn't going to stop transmission.
I know. Anyone can say I know things. I know the color of your underwear, Del Bigtree. Okay, and I know that it's maroon. Okay, I said I know it. Does that make it true?
Neil deGrasse Tyson is telling everyone that you need to sign a social contract because it's going to keep you from infecting each other. I knew it never was. She's the head of the task force, but we're not letting in scientists that are saying, honestly, in their YouTube channels, in their clickbait space, if that's what you call it, it's not stopping transmission.
So we're not letting them talk. She is literally on Fox News, on mainstream news. But he's mad that YouTube was taking her channel off of their platform for violating TOS. Okay, like, but like they're gonna call that censorship because they don't know what censorship means.
Shut them down is what is happening in the NIH. Shut those voices down. We can't get there. To wrap all this up.
Literally on Fox News. Shut those voices down. Literally on Fox News. Literally on a news station, talking to millions of people.
Back to the point that you so eloquently made. I'm passionate as you. I'm passionate as you.
Yeah, you get really into your conspiracy
we
group.
need this new data set to resolve this.
He might honestly believe it. Like he might be a true believer, but like how dishonest he's being, like it doesn't. I don't know. Maybe not. You know, we're on his show. You know, he's making a lot of money off of it. Maybe he believes it. It doesn't really matter. It's just one of those like, there's a lot of stuff that points to maybe not. You know.
difference. You said in the point where there's a disagreement,
on the moving frontier,
two
correct.
groups need to come together.
More data, correct.
Say, we need this data set. Here's how we could get to it. I want to wrap this up with the reason I have you here is not for some gotcha, and I know that you are super talented, and I understand.
You absolutely did bring him here for the gotcha. By the way, that's why everything was framed the way it was. This is why I was calling it the dishonest. It was, I guess, in a way, like kind of an attempt at a gotcha. Like, I'm gonna bring you on. I'm gonna present all this stuff in a way where you can't really contest it. I'm gonna talk over you, and then I'm gonna be like, well, why didn't you prove me wrong? If I was so wrong, why didn't you prove me wrong?
Very good points here. But
and so I can look strong in the face of a scientist, you know.
Or maybe
that's all he's trying to do.
We're valuing the weight we give our two perspectives are askew in some ways. I think the film that you
people give you way too much credit.
Are supporting believes that we are losing ground on vaccine uptake, which is reported in almost every newspaper there is. Which means if I'm a part of that, the consensus in humanity is moving my direction, which has got to be very alarming. And so a film like the one you're involved in is going to try and stop that, just as the media I'm doing is trying to demand that we all come to the table. So here's what the data...
No, you're not. So, okay. Yeah, so this is another thing they like to do, is they like to pretend like you're trying to silence us, but I'm just saying we should all have a voice at the table. Like, this is kind of the same as when creationists tried to argue you should teach both sides of the controversy, as though it's an actual controversy. They put it that way because they know they can't demand what they actually want, which is the full imposition of their position, and they're just mad that they're not taken seriously because they're cranks. This is identical, and I really want, like, again, for anyone who likes this guy, like, realize that he just said what creationists say of teach the controversy. He just said that out loud, and pretending like this is everyone bringing to the table. First of all, the people he's talked about have been on literal mainstream news, also on your show, also have their own, like, have that website and all this other stuff. And you bring Neil deGrasse Tyson here, not a person with an expertise in this field, and sit him here in a way where he doesn't have access to what he would need to argue with you, so that you can perform strength. This is not everyone brought to the table. You want to pretend like you have the answers, and that he shouldn't be at the table at all. In a way, he's kind of not. Like, in a way, Neil is. Like, if there were an empty chair, it would actually seem less credible. So that's the only reason why Neil's here.
Data set I want. And I really want to try and end this civil war that's going on.
Civil war?
I want those that
Holy shit, dude. I lack the words.
That small group, no matter how small they are, to be recognized and funded and taken care of.
The small group of people I can't identify who are harmed in a way I can't explain.
Science to be done there. I want to understand what the size of that group is. But it is being
you don't even know who they are?
NIH, who you say is objective, but all the reports are saying they received $400 million, the scientists did, for their investment in the technology of these vaccines, which takes... I'm sorry, for me, I can't believe they're unbiased any longer. If I'm making...
Yep, I knew it. There is funding. It can't be unbiased. Remember, he doesn't want to reject Andrew Wakefield's paper, which was explicitly funded to support a legal case. He's okay with that. He's okay with these grifters who are like, oh, buy my book about how I knew it was bullshit the whole time. He's cool with that. He doesn't like when government agencies fund research. And it's only because this is the thing he doesn't like. He doesn't like the vaccine, so he's going to make up the reasons why they're illegitimate on the fly.
Making hundreds of millions of dollars, I have skin in the game, and you're no longer an agency I can trust, which is where all this comes from. But if we're
notice he wants to reject the whole agency. He wants to reject everything. Now he doesn't. There's no way every conclusion they've ever reached is something he would disagree with. But but then you have to ask, like, why don't you reject that? Oh, it's because it agrees with him, or it's because it doesn't. But he's now given himself the latitude to reject everything that comes out of the agency.
To a place.
Well, you do have skin in the game.
Right.
You do personally.
I do personally.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Yes.
So, but here you and I both want the same thing.
No, we don't.
I know, I see your heart. I've watched you my whole life. You care about children. You care about family.
Oh,
you care
but
about the
you
future of
clearly
the
don't.
species. You care about the future of this earth.
Of civilization.
Of civilization. We share that together. I am deeply concerned that rushing science, and with scientists that can be biased, that aren't being challenged properly, that a product...
Now we're going to lay it out. Everything we've built to, they can be biased, therefore they are. Right? That's the thing that he's whispering, the thing he's implying to his audience. They aren't being challenged properly.
Handed to everybody. We could have
the product that handed to everybody, like, yeah, okay.
We have seen
it could be like this, and he's implying it is, you know?
Or something that could be devastating to the species.
It could be. I mean, it's not, clearly, right? Like, notice the extrapolation. He couldn't even identify an actual existent harm that the COVID vaccine has, only potential, maybe possible future harms, perhaps. And now he's comfortable saying devastating to the species, when he couldn't even identify it being a problem now. He has to hand wave to the future like, well, maybe it'll be worse.
I'm trying to say, how can we do science better, and how do we know what's going on here? Measles all...
Well, one way we can do science better is not listening to cranks like you and the people you seem to like, but you get mad and call that censorship when people are discredited for bad science.
Here's the answer. We are simply asking for a data set that could be me and Robert Kennedy Jr. and this minority group that has grown to be roughly 30% at least of America, moving towards 50 in a very fast way.
There's no way. There's zero shot that's that large. Holy shit. No, but this is another thing. A lot of times reactionaries will do this, and it's a similar vein of like, the goal, of course, is to see, like, popular consensus is vindicating to people like this, and the goal is to pretend like it's already there, or to imply it will get there. This is normalization is the attempt here, trying to make it seem very normal by, first of all, I don't believe the 30% number. There's no way that's accurate, but to say moving, quickly moving towards 50% in a like as if half the country is in agreement with him, it's to pretend like he's normal.
Look at the uptake of the
not.
current booster shot. It's somewhere in the neighborhood of 10%, which means even those that believe in this vaccine are backing away from it, no longer going with CDC recommendations. CDC is on
now
a
he's going off again.
Spiral.
Again, just the gish gallop of like there were like 8-10 things in this response that would need responses to, but we're just never going to get the opportunity.
Which is scary for all of us. The study that needs to be done is a comparative study. You could throw your
then do it. Like you have then do it. You have however much money flows through this network. You have all these doctors allegedly that agree with you. They're getting all their grift bucks from being on Fox News and selling their books and whatever. Do your study. Do it.
Measles and whether it causes autism studies on the table, and I could show very robust studies that show the exact opposite.
You wouldn't show a consensus. You wouldn't show a consensus.
I don't care about the consensus.
You have to.
There it is. I don't care about the consensus. Something I could have told you from the beginning. Obviously, he doesn't care about the consensus. But now it's finally outright. He does not care what we can demonstrate empirically. And that's ultimately what the consensus is. That's why he wanted to lay out, you can throw out 50% of papers because he quote sniped that one scientist or whatever. That's why all of this is. He wants to reject anything that he doesn't like and that doesn't fit his feelings. He feels like vaccines are bullshit, so he's going to reject literally anything that says otherwise. That's why he's not going to do his study. That's why he's not going to actually try to put this through an actual scientific process, because it doesn't matter to him. He doesn't care about what's true or not in a scientific way.
Because
otherwise, the tentacles that reach into all manner of the space-time continuum can land in any possible place.
Yeah, if you don't care about consensus, like, then you have to believe, like, how do you know what's true or not? Like, how do you not, like, oh, someone disagrees with consensus, and, like, how do you not think the Earth is flat? For real, how do you not think that?
Is only concerned
Maybe he does.
with
I don't
the
know. This
larger,
guy seems
greater
kind of
good
wacky.
and body of people. But what it doesn't understand is how big the group that are being injured and hurt and destroyed by this are. And there was
you haven't even once told us who this group is supposed to be. Now it's a large group, and you haven't told us what the injured and hurt is. You even said that'll happen later. Oh my god, this guy is so dishonest.
Refusing to do that science because it undermines the statement that is being said that across the board these are just safe.
And back to the big them that we're fighting against.
Irresistible clickbait.
What is?
Well, the title of your video.
How you said it. I just want to put that out there.
And that's
irresistible.
And this is what I knew. See, again, I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Is this the whole get slaughtered? Like, you know, is going to be some dishonest nonsense. And Neil deGrasse Tyson it summed up pretty well. Of like, that's some nice clickbait ass shit that you just said, and that's what this title is. That's what he's out here to do. That's why he got Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's just the no.
Devastating to the species. So I'm.
Exactly. We'll find it.
Yeah. Okay. One day be nice when it's tailored to your DNA.
I'm
saying that if what we need
group of people that are being injured by these.
Okay, we found it again. But like that's what all of it. It's the clickbait, fucking grift bullshit. He wanted my click and he got it. He wanted the 12K subscribers. He wanted all these comment. It's just so he can have it's just the clickbait, and that's all. Like maybe that's not all of why he's doing what he's doing. Maybe he believes it, but the way he's doing it is definitely like reminiscent of that. And it's not based in reality whatsoever. It's just appealing to this nonsense group who have bought into the lies they've been fed by people like him, people like RFK Jr., people like Andrew Wakefield.
I'm saying that if what we need is
this is no different than flat Earth shit.
Honest, if I use the word evolution in this context, evolution of the statistics represented by studies, so that everyone can make the best decision they can in the interest of their health.
Here's the study I want. And you didn't really answer my question, which is, do you believe people are injured by this product?
You don't even know what injury they're supposed to have had.
What product?
By any pharmaceutical product, vaccines included.
All medicine.
Any pharmaceutical product? Holy shit! No way. He has to know, right? He knows he's being dishonest. Please, like anyone who's still in chat, you have to agree, right? Like he's using as a substitute for his opposition to the COVID vaccine being like he was saying the COVID vaccine is like hurting all these people, and the question he asks to determine if there's an agreement on that is, does any pharmaceutical product have hurt people at all? Yeah, if you give penicillin to someone who's allergic, it'll have a problem. Does that mean we throw out all of medicine? Every pharmaceutical product is now suspect and to be thrown out because someone's allergic to a thing or has a bad reaction to it or whatever. Obviously, that would be nonsense to believe, but that would be how you would have to think about the world to get from that question to the answer that he had front-loaded.
Have side effects.
Exactly right.
Yeah. Okay. One day be nice when it's
and there are side effects. That's not the same thing as being hurt. Like people are getting hurt by the vaccine.
People that stand for the smaller group that are being injured.
Like honestly, this is where I wish like Neil had really just said like, wait, did you just ask me if they're like, did you just conflate any pharmaceutical product having any side effect ever with people? A huge group of people are being massively harmed by this vaccine specifically.
Instead to be dangerous to the planet, dangerous to the species.
Like call out his lies. I know Neil's never gonna do that. Like you can see he's kind of checked out, like, and he knows that this is nonsense. Like I do wish a little bit there was calling out that he was calling out Dell on his lies, and like I don't blame him for not doing it. I just wish I had seen it.
We should be studying these people and figuring out how we can stop injuring them. That's all I'm doing.
I'm trying to stop injuring them. See, again, like this product, we should figure out where to stop injuring them. But you used as synecdoche for that. I think I'm using that word right. anyone is harmed by any pharmaceutical product and ever in any way. He's manufacturing the harm he's looking to find. And he's letting his audience extrapolate the harm they're talking about. They can think of the one anecdote of the one person they know who had the vaccine and then got hit by a bus. That's probably from the vaccine, right? Like, but he doesn't have to say that. He just lets them think it by implying.
Stop injuring them.
But if
This guy's
you
so dishonest.
have not identified, if you've misidentified what's injuring them, that's dangerous.
Studies have to be done to determine whether or not I am.
Sure.
And whether
Yeah,
or not
and
scientists
but you're
know.
not
So
willing to
here's
do
the
those
study we should
studies.
do. And the common ground. That
You're
I'd
just
like
willing to
find, and
assume
I
that
hope
you're
you
right.
help me with this. We sit on the CDC, CDC sits on a database called the VSD.
Yep.
Has nearly 10 million people in it. Their personal identification is scrubbed. It's where all the studies are done. The Institute of Medicine studied that data set and said that you have tens of thousands of unvaccinated individuals in there. You could do a very powerful, statistically powerful study comparing the vaccinated to the completely unvaccinated.
So, why
and
don't you
ask simple questions.
Write the proposal to do it.
We have.
Okay.
NIH denies us. In fact, Bobby Kennedy and I.
Was it peer reviewed?
Bobby Kennedy and I sat in front of the NIH.
No
in
answer to
front
that
of
part,
Francis
yeah.
Collins, Tony Fauci, and we said, why will you not do a prospective study?
Was it peer reviewed?
Then, I didn't say we did this. Oh, was what peer
Yeah,
reviewed?
the proposals are peer reviewed as well.
There is a proposal drawn up that was peer reviewed by the Institute of Medicine, and the CDC did a study how they would do the study, and that has been peer
typically
reviewed.
when a proposal,
and we're asking them to do that study.
When a proposal is declined, there's usually
No,
a
we're asking them.
report
So let me be
that's
perfectly
adjacent
clear.
to it. And
Based
says-
Oh,
says
thank
why
you.
they-
Finally,
why
some
they-
pushback
has
he's
written
able to.
itself on how to do that study.
Yeah, I noticed like Neil's like, yeah, there's a lot of things that could be built into that. Like the people who don't know better don't know why what you're saying is nonsense. I didn't know either. And now he's trying to get into it immediately. Dell's cutting him off. No, you can't talk. You can't lay out why the obvious reason why these events transpired the way they did. It sounds like the CDC probably did a review of the proposal and found that it was not reasonable.
Study. We said,
Let's
do
go
the-
back and
based
make sure.
on
Says
the
why they designed-
proposal,
why
the
they-
CDC has written itself on how to do that study. We
Yeah, it
said,
doesn't-
do the
yeah.
study that you designed, the proposal in which it could be done. You know what they said to us? We will never do that study.
They would presumably give reasons for that.
That they can't
And he's
figure
not
out
gonna
a
tell you.
way to do that study.
Oh, interesting. So
That-
it
that's-
sounds
I
like
think
what you're asking was unreasonable. They don't like consider that like, oh, I asked it, therefore it's reasonable. No, not necessarily.
That's unacceptable.
You
I
think it's
that a comparative
unacceptable that
study
they didn't do this this thing that might have been unreasonable? Yeah.
is especially when I have.
And this is the first he wants to talk about the reasons why they didn't do it. He's just going to imply otherwise, you know. I wonder if these things are public, if you could find them. I'm not going to. I'm not going to go.
They would say.
It's not
to
practical,
be
yeah.
perfectly honest here. They would say
I doubt you.
there are
You haven't been
confounding
honest yet.
issues of the unvaccinated that we have not figured out how to sift through. That says to me, if I was going to judge that they have attempted to do this study and that the unvaccinated do many things that make them healthier.
No, that's wow. What a charitable to yourself way of looking at it. This is where you're factoring in just the bias. You're just letting your own bias run wild. No, there are just confounding variables that get in the way, and it sounds like the details of your proposal are getting factored in there, but you want to sell it to your audience as like, oh no, unvaccinated people are just healthier, and that's why they don't want to do it because it would disagree with their narrative, which again is just an attempt at conspiracy baiting.
I'm going to guess. Because I'm assuming the reason they're not
You're gonna
putting
guess,
out the
okay.
results of
You're
this
guessing,
study
but
and why they know there's confounding issues is that these unvaccinated people are coming out healthier in the study.
So
yeah, okay. I'm just guessing, but it's definitely this thing that would prove me right. Yeah, okay,
showing
sure,
to be
buddy.
healthier across
You're
the board.
presuming there's some
less
kind of
cancer,
cover-up.
less autism, less.
You're accusing a cover
Yeah,
up.
call it
I
out.
think
You're accusing a
when your
cover, and he's just
government
gonna talk right past it.
believes that the future of the species and people like you that don't only care about the consensus and holding on that we all believe
Only
in the
cares about the
consensus,
consensus. Wow. What? Yeah.
holds
Okay.
a
Now he's
bias
also
that is
misconstruing what his
insurmountable
guest
in
has
this
said,
current moment. And
lying
that
to
I
his face
believe these
about what
people
he
are
said.
talented enough to figure out confounding issues exist in every epidemiologic study that's ever done.
So
You
either,
can't tell
either
me
they
they're
couldn't, either they
insurmountable.
couldn't convince peers, or there's some diabolical force operating
Yeah.
to prevent
It's
this from
just
getting
he
known.
just wants to point at the
One of those
conspiracies.
two is true here.
True.
Okay.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, and he's agreeing with this. No, he knows the. Oh my God, he knows what he's doing. Yeah, this guy absolutely knows what he's doing. I honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't believe a word of it. He knows how dishonest he's being. He's super happy to be like, yeah, it's either what I said was unrealistic or it's a conspiracy. Yeah, one of those is true.
Given that science can find things floating out in the outer banks of
We
space.
do it all the time.
I have
Those
to
are not
believe-
remotely the same
it's
thing.
easier
Under the assumption.
because humans, people are not involved in the statistics of that.
That the NIH has the best scientists in the world, and the CDC and Tony Fauci, these people that many revere, I think they're talented enough to work through these confounding issues.
There are some confounding issues that would be literally impossible to work through. I don't know what those would be necessarily, but like that can definitely be a thing. And without the specifics of your proposal, it's hard to talk about. Again, another instance where what you're saying is probably nonsense, but you are denying everyone, in particular your guest, the ability to determine whether that's the case.
I have to believe, and by the way, there's statements by Bernadine Healy, former head of the NIH, that said, I was shocked to find how little research and studies are being done around this.
Oh, former head of the NIH more than 30 years ago. I noticed that.
Small cohort that are getting autism, things like that, because...
Now we're seeing, okay, now we're back to autism.
But because we are so afraid that doing a study that shows any injury or any ability for a vaccine to cause autism, no matter how small it would be, would undermine the vaccine program completely.
So, no. There's... Again, just watch the other video about this. But I want to go back to, yeah, like... This is the harm he was talking about. Like, he hates autistic people so much that them existing is worse than people possibly dying to this disease.
That is not bad people.
He wouldn't put it that way, and I think that's a really dishonest way of putting it, if I'm being fair. But, like, fuck it. This guy has earned any dishonesty that goes his way. You've seen it. We've laid it out very clearly. All right, let's just do it through this. Let's just finish this off. We've been at this for long enough.
With a medical professional from the consensus, not with an astrophysicist.
I'm asking you as the voice
because
of
he's
science,
asking you because you are a representation of science. He knows you are unable to challenge him, and he is exclusively interested in the demonstration of strength.
Both know this comes down to celebrity in many cases more than it does to the actual science.
No, not in the actual scientific community.
They will not. If you really, this is my plea to you, if you would help us because you're trusted and you're known to be unbiased, at least in this perspective. And by the way, ironically, when we were trying to think of who could host a debate between both sides, you were my top pick. I said, I think Neil deGrasse Tyson would ask all the right questions of both sides.
I don't debate.
Okay.
It's not a thing.
But I'm not saying...
Well, no, you're doing it right now.
To moderate, I think you'd be spectacular.
You're doing a debate right now.
But what I'm asking
it's a really unbiased one. It's an unfair one, but you're doing it
forever. If someone could produce a study using all the great databases of the world, all the scientific minds in the world, if vaccines are great, just simply show us a study in a database where you get 3 scientists from the pro side, we get 3 scientists from the anti side.
Yeah, but your proposed study was unreasonable.
I have a different idea. You come out with a set of research projects that you would like to see done that would make you happy.
Okay.
Just do that.
Okay.
And make that public. So
will you help me make that public?
No, I can't. I'm not a medical professional. I don't want to step.
But you state medical statements freely.
Repeating other people's. Repeating the consensus. Right. I'm not stepping out with some idea that I generated in my own lab. No. I'm a consensus scientist.
But there's a data set.
So what you do is make a list of experiments and observations you would like to see conducted. Maybe some of them have already been done and you don't know it, and someone will reveal that to you.
I've sued the CDC and had them hand me.
You've sued the CDC. That's the same thing to you as trying to do an experiment. All right.
Just do that and put it out there. Okay?
It's out there. That's what my show is.
Okay.
And that is what your documentary is about, is I'm so successful at putting it out there that we are growing by millions and millions.
Wow. Again, just like if he were interested in anything other than strength, then why is he like acting like he's framing this like Neil's just so mad that he's successful that he's putting out a hit piece documentary. That's what he's implying right now, and he's demonstrating his strength by like, look how much we're growing by millions and millions. You have 12,000 subscribers. I don't know about millions. I don't know if there's another another platform that you broadcast this on, but like he's clearly only interested in strength and not truth.
And I believe that we will become the majority voice in the world if someone in science, if they keep trying to say we're just going to ignore you, then we are all going to be in a real problem. We're going to be in a real problem, because I will tell you this, I never set out, my goal is not to wipe vaccines off the planet. My goal
No, your goal is to make a buck.
To stand for choice. That I don't believe that a social contract.
Stand for choice. Yeah, I bet. If how much you want to bet that this guy, well, maybe he's pro-abortion, whatever. There's no like actual, there's very little actual information about this, but also he's talking about being in favor of choice. There's no vaccine mandate for COVID vaccines. He wants the choice for the other vaccines, for like MMR and whatever, because it'll get people killed. Well, I shouldn't say because, but those exist as we have agreed, because it gets people killed if they don't have it. Maybe in the future, you'll get a COVID inoculation also as a child, if the technology, if like they do enough studies and whatever the processes are to make that more reasonable to do. But he's opposed to those. He's like, okay, yeah, you should have the choice of whether you give your kid a protection from dying or not. Like, maybe you shouldn't. Maybe this is, that's another thing, because he was pretending like these vaccine health outcomes exclusively affect the individual. Remember, vaccine decision making for children is not done with informed consent from the child, but from the parent. So some crank parent who listens to this guy might not inoculate their kid, and then that kid dies of measles, and then he gets to say, oh, the health outcome is only for the person. There's a reason why that is mandated in this for children, in part because you as a parent do not have the complete right to do anything you want with your kid. Child abuse is a thing that's not allowed. You can't unnecessarily risk your child's life. I'm just getting worked up into a tizzy here. I'm just going to keep it going. I just want to be done with this. This guy is such a dishonest piece of shit.
It can't force it upon me, because all the dangers that lie ahead, and I could do a whole other show with you.
All the dangers that I pretended I have said, but you haven't actually. The only thing you've even suggested could be was the autism thing, which, again, it's pretty fucked up, dude.
All the now known dangers of this vaccine that we definitely know now that maybe we didn't know before.
All these dangers we definitely know now. I can't tell you what they are. I haven't said it the whole time, but we definitely know what they are, and they're definitely real. But I couldn't tell you what they are, but they're real.
Of a virus where and a contagion of a virus where you would say, yes, this should be forced on everyone in a social contract. Does such a line? No, rather forced in such a way where if you don't do it, you are denied certain freedoms within the system.
I would say I would be open to that conversation. And one of the questions I've had
and
from
by
the
that
beginning,
he means
when
no.
Tony Fauci was saying we have to force this, is what percentage death rate? What is that threshold in which we hand over our civil liberties, our right to body autonomy? And no one has ever answered that. Yeah. And frankly, it appears we've done it for about 0.35%, which is right in line with the...
So, no, we haven't handed over civil liberties based on COVID. Also, 0.35% is highly dishonest, as we've already established, but Neil has no way of contradicting that. This fucking weasel, dude.
We just did that. Our president forced this product on people at a
Nope. Incorrect. This president did not force this product on people. There is no vaccine mandate for COVID. Another lie he's just willing to blatantly trot out there. You, right now, sitting there right now, claim to be unvaccinated. In what way were you forced by the government to be vaccinated? In that you're currently not.
1% death rate. Now that to me is...
And his watchers are just cool with him lying to them like that. They're just cool with it. They like it, I guess. I don't know
what it would be, but I've said this. Have Ebola sweeping the country and people have blood coming out of their eyes and there's an experimental product,
and you'd probably be against that too, because you'd make a buck off of it.
Because
even if blood is coming out of everybody's eyes,
because if you want to take that risk and the
vaccine he's even saying,
works, it's going to protect you. In this case, the vaccine didn't protect you.
It doesn't care about what's actually good. Just about his grift.
They just told you, Neil. They never even attempted to achieve some statistical point. They lied to us. They never tested.
Is that what they said?
From infecting you. They just,
or is that what you claim?
The speed of science. I'm saying I'm glad I didn't sign that social contract. And I will not trust people that
is there a limit where you would?
I would say that most likely there is.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's not going to say what it is because he knows that if he ever agreed to any vaccine, his conspiracy theory fan base would revolt. So no, he's saying that so he doesn't seem completely ridiculous, completely unreasonable. But obviously, if you drew a line anywhere, he'd have to say no.
Interesting.
Basically.
That's good. And,
Yes.
but according to you, we haven't hit none of the
I tell you that
right. Okay.
And by the time something was severe enough for this guy to have a problem with it, like even let's say he has a line, let's say it's at 15% mortality or whatever. By the time it's at that rate, it's too late. Like by the time that's what's going on, like, and this guy, like, okay, it's okay. Like, we have to move before that.
We're close.
Okay.
Didn't come anywhere close.
But there is a line.
But I would say
we'll come back to you when
it has to be
ever hit
weighed.
that
It has
line.
to be weighed. What the problem is, it has to be weighed with the dangers of the vaccine.
Which he has not at any point
we're seeing a rise in all-cause
claimed
mortality
anything
around the
about.
world. That many studies are now showing the more vaccinated a country was, the higher their excess mortality now. So we may.
Is that accurate? I mean, he's just peppering that in at the end. I don't believe him. I'm not going to look it up. I don't believe him. He's lied about everything. Why should I believe him? And if you're a fan of his who are like, oh, what you're not going to look up into this claim? Like, finally he said the thing. Yeah, because he's lied about everything. If you want to find it and go send it to me, you're welcome to. But I'm not going to believe someone who's lied repeatedly and demonstrably. I'm not going to believe the thing that he spouts out of his face in the last few minutes just so he can finally, after an hour and 40 minutes, finally pretend like there's any harm from the vaccine.
Back and find out that this vaccine was more deadly than the virus ever was. That still holds out for our reference to this. And then, armchair quarterback, we will decide who was glad they signed on, or
Monday quarterback.
Okay.
Yeah.
We will decide who was glad they signed on to the social contract. I do not believe that things can be mandated on me, especially.
They're not. Good news. Good news. They're not. Good news. Also, things can be mandated on you, and you definitely believe they can. You're extrapolating beyond. You're like, this is a thing I've mentioned before. People will take issue with the concept when they actually have an issue with the specifics. You don't think that the vaccine can be mandated on you. Good news for you, I guess. It's not. So stop lying to people and acting like it is. But also, he's acting like he has a problem with mandates in general. I think he's pretty cool with the mandate against murder, for example. I think he probably likes that. So no, you're not opposed to mandates in general.
I cannot trust science, and my audience will not trust science.
He cannot trust science, and his audience will not trust science. I know he's going to say that, whatever, but like, let's be real. You can end the sentence there. That's probably true.
Continues to say we will not let top officials at the table that have now proven to be right.
Top officials at the table. Yeah, okay. So again, we're not going to let them at the table. They're on mainstream media. They're on his show. They're talking nonstop. They're making money from selling their books or whatever. So like, they're at the table. Also, top officials. Are they top officials or are they just random people? Like, he laid out the thing, but like, I don't know, everyone has credentials. That doesn't mean they're top people. Having credentials isn't the same thing as being a top person or whatever. But he's so willing to lie about everything.
Just keep them out of the room.
I'm tired of going
over it. That ended up being right about this virus. I will not trust the head task force when they come forward and say,
yeah, now he's going to lay out all the conspiracism he said so far.
And you and Neil deGrasse Tyson were telling you, get it to protect each other. I always knew it never could do that. So we're going to have a hard time getting
always
back to a
knew?
place of
You
trust.
didn't know, asshole. You didn't know. You excuse me. You thought it didn't protect people. You were like terrified of a new science thing. And because remember, he was already anti-vaccine. So he's already like, I don't trust anything about any vaccine. And one thing, you found a soundbite where it agreed with you and you're like, haha, I knew it. You didn't know shit, asshole.
What we need now is a regulatory agency and people in charge.
There is a regulatory agency. You just don't trust them.
As you said, those people that are challenging this from all sides. The challenge has to be allowed into the room, and it's not.
The challenge exists.
In my mind. The
They're in the
scientific
room.
method
They're
is
in the
dead,
room.
and I think the coronavirus experiment proves that
The scientific method is dead. Holy shit! He really okay. Someone was saying like you don't think he's saying science is bullshit? Yeah, he just said that. Yeah, no, he does not believe in science as a concept.
in a terrifying moment of science, and I reach out to you to think about what we've said here today and say, is he right? Did the scientific method take place?
And I
Is it
gave
taking
him
place
no
now,
ability to
retrospectively? Even if
contradict
you
the
want to argue
idiocy
in
that
an emergency, we
that I
made decisions
spouted.
and we rushed things.
And then he
why
didn't.
is Peter
Wild.
McCullough and why is Robert Malone and the people
And,
that were right?
the names.
Why
We
are
list
they
the
not
names.
at the table now?
I cannot answer that.
Okay.
God
what I can
damn
say
it. That
is-
was like the worst thing to say, but what else can he say? Like that's again, that question had like 2 minutes of preamble and constant bullshit in all of it. So how are you ever but now it's like, "Oh, why I can't answer why these people who are right aren't at the table." They are. They're making their voices heard. They can do fucking studies themselves. You have all this money in your studio. Do a study. Do a study. You have all these doctors that agree with you. You have all this money for your show. Do a fucking study.
What I don't hear you doing, or others
Do
in
it
this
yourself.
space,
Don't demand the
is
CDC does
asking
it.
themselves,
Do it yourself.
Suppose there was never a vaccine. We never came up with a vaccine to COVID. What would the world look like today? I don't hear people asking that question. How many people would be dead? How overrun would the hospitals
Africa
have
didn't
become?
really get the vaccine. They got it in very
so-
low
so-
numbers. They have the best success rate in the entire world. Africa beat America in this situation.
And a very
so
low
when we look at the
population
nations,
density. Okay.
when we look at, but
Okay.
I'm just saying.
So I'm gonna cut him off. I'm gonna act like look at this fucking smug piece of shit in the way he's even holding himself. Like whatever. Like it's like, but remember, Neil, you have to remember he's pretending like things are worse with the vaccine, so he can't engage with this, right? He has to be like, oh yeah, I could point to a thing with different circumstances and be like, look, it's fine, and then just run right past, just not let him finish it.
Okay.
I do ask the question.
And
I'm just saying
a
to you,
low population.
No, you don't
so
ask
what
the
you're
question.
saying is you're
Just-
wrong.
these
to
are
the point.
factors. These are
You're-
factors.
You're wrong, but I am asking that question, and I'm looking at all the
I don't
available
hear it
science that
get
can be.
asked.
No,
I
no.
don't hear it
You just said
get asked.
you don't like how
No,
it's
you just-
asking it, and there's some details
God,
that
this
I
is-
should take into mind.
what a
But
snake,
I am
dude.
asking that question. Where in the world can we see? We see that Sweden didn't lock down, didn't force masks. They have one of the lowest death rates also. We see Africa and India, very low uptake. They have the best survival rate there
I don't
is.
feel the need to
We
fact check any of
masked,
this.
we
I don't care
social
if it's true or
distanced,
not.
we
It's
vaccinated,
probably not.
and we have
And even if it is, there are probably explanatory reasons for this. He's lied about everything. Why would he start telling the truth now? He doesn't believe in science anyway. That's another thing. Like the scientific method is dead, but we're gonna believe. I'm gonna trust all the scientific method to return these numbers that prove what I'm saying. Like
America with the
he
best
doesn't
hospital
believe in
system
shit.
there is, one of the highest death
Or at the
rates
very
in
least,
the
he doesn't
world.
believe in
I
anything
think there should
scientific.
be some serious self-reflection right now, and frankly, it shouldn't be on me because I was saying it doesn't stop transmission, and I was losing my YouTube channel for it. In the end, I was right.
You have a YouTube channel.
And many of the things that I've said here, in fact, almost everything.
Oh,
I've
maybe
said
this
here is
isn't
proven
his
to be
channel? Okay.
scientifically accurate.
What did you base your comments on when you said
The emergency use authorization written by the
that?
FDA.
Okay. At the time.
At the time. Days before anyone was ever even allowed to get this, I read that document and said they have not proven it stops transmission. Therefore, I don't think we can.
Yeah,
stand
but
on
you
this social.
you were also looking for
Bring on a
anything to
consensus
discredit
person
it because
and
you
have this argument.
you already didn't trust it before you read anything. Let's be real. You're anti-vaccine, period. Don't act like you were gonna read it and be like, oh no, this one's good. You're opposed to vaccines that have huge amounts of research proving they do what they're supposed to. And you're gonna act like, oh well, if it said it was fine, I would have been on board. You're not. You even said if people were fucking dying of Ebola, blood coming out of their eyes in droves, you wouldn't have been for a vaccine.
Argument with him.
Well, I
That's
thought
what
that
should
was
do.
you.
No, I'm a consensus medical professional. And
The
have
offer
this
is always
argument.
out there. I see
Okay.
that your filmmaker was able to get Paul Offit and Tony Fauci and all these people.
Others.
I have always been open, and I hope that you will at least express to them that Dell was kind and considerate.
Well, you
and
weren't.
actually
No,
thoughtful
you were
about the way
kind of the
that he
opposite
addressed
actually.
I will-
So this is another thing. People assume like, oh, if you don't raise your voice, you're being kind. But like, no, you interrupted constantly. You lied constantly to his face about what he said. You put him in a position where he couldn't check any of what you're. No, this was actually not kind at all. You were extremely dishonest, very extremely inconsiderate to the position that you were in, and that you put Neil in. No, you were actually kind of a scumbag about this.
Bring your concern that you didn't have a sit-down interview to the film director.
And why should you have a sit-down interview? I'm seeing clearly how willing you are to lie.
Even more, just show the data. Like, I'd like to see him show the actual data from the Disneyland outbreak.
I looked at it, and as a layperson, I could tell how wrong you were. So I mean, whatever.
Hold on to the point that it's the unvaccinated they're driving this. It's actually not. It's like, statistically, that's not true.
No, it statistically is, even by the number you presented.
Documentary, if it's going to be balanced. Okay.
No, this guy is. No, he knows what he's doing. This guy definitely knows he's lying.
With the data, I'm not asking for my opinion. I'm asking for my data.
You are.
And where it's coming
No, you
from.
are, because like no. You're asking for your interpretation of data, not for the because like the Disneyland outbreak numbers are there. You want your interpretation of that presented. That's not the same thing.
And I would really love a vaccinated versus unvaccinated study. I believe our scientific bodies
then
have the talent to
do
that.
it.
They do it with almost every drug we take. If you will help me in that, I will. I'm going to send it to you, and I'll put it out there. Let's get a beer, shall we? Can we have a beer? Do we have a beer on set? Can we have a beer?
Not allowed on set.
Neil, thank you.
Good.
Thank you. I
You
really
lost a
appreciate
few pounds.
it.
You're looking.
All right.
It's not because you had COVID and you got sick and you lost. You lost weight.
What I think we have shown here is that
this is nice and cold.
It is nice and cold.
Oh my goodness, it's like 33 degrees.
We are not some radical group of people.
We are
trying to stand for the small guy.
Again, he wants to like come off as normal. He wants to normalize this view, even though it's extremely abnormal. The small guy, the little guy. No, you can't even demonstrate who is being harmed.
That's being left out of the consensus.
Let alone the wait, which is it? Are they the little? Sorry, are they the little guy or are they the top officials or whatever?
Oh my goodness, it's like 33 degrees.
We are not some radical group of people. We are trying to show my audience that this can be done with love and in science. And
you rejected science as a concept like less than 5 minutes ago.
I think if more of us sat in this seat, we can make the world a better place. So cheers.
Well, without you talking, it probably would be a better place.
It's a pleasure.
That's real.
All right. So, yeah, it's about. I would go over this other video, but maybe we'll do it tomorrow. We've already been at this for quite a while. Holy shit, that was bad. That Bigtree guy is. Well, he's big on the grift. Yeah, the person who asked me to review this, I hope you got what you wanted. If you're a fan of this guy, have more self-respect. I guess that's what I'd say. Because this guy is so willing to lie to you constantly. I feel like you should take issue with that. Well, thank all for watching. Much appreciated. We will be back. Maybe tomorrow we'll do a bunch of smaller stuff. We'll do like that follow-up video, maybe the Trump interviews, whatever else. We'll see. But thanks so much for watching, everyone. Have a good one, and I'll catch you next time.